Hey y'all. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Open book, check your inbox on IG. What's up, Carmen? What's up, Miss Cherry? Hey, V. Hey, Terry, thank you so much. Thank you, Terry. Terry, you always do that. I appreciate that. Thank you so, so much. Yeah, you couldn't hear because I wasn't on the stage yet. I was on the phone. Open book, you in the chat? Check your IG inbox. Whenever you don't see my avatar on there, you're not gonna hear me anyway, because I didn't come up yet. I'm trying to see if open book in the chat. Cause I need her to check her inbox. Joy, hey girl. Hey Joy, you see? You see Joy? Joy, did you get my message this morning, boo? I just checked. Okay, all right. I just want to put you on point. Okay, K. You know, I always got to put you on point, sis. Yes, yes, I do love it. I did get your message. Okay. Thank you. I was just doing so much this morning. I was trying to clean, cook, do laundry. My goddamn back was hurting, kept bending down in that stupid dryer, getting the clothes out, folding the clothes up. Oh my God, I was just so tired this morning. And I got up at, I started laundry around like 7:30. I got finished like 8 something. Oh, y'all it make me feel like I got kids live with me sometimes because I be having so much to do sometimes. But you gotta do what you gotta do if you want a clean house, you know? Hey Brittany. Um Open book, that's crazy, right? Why I ain't the notification coming on. Oh, you know what you can do? Sometimes you can unsubscribe, right? Then subscribe back and hit all, and you will start receiving them again. Sometimes you have to do that. Because sometimes I have to do that for open book. Because sometimes I don't get notifications when she live. So I unsubscribe, strive back, and I hit the bell. And then it works. um So yeah, sometimes you have to do that too, when you don't get notifications. And I hate when they do that because sometimes YouTube be acting, I don't know, they act funny sometimes. Sometimes I think they be trying to take us out of the algorithm. That's why it's good to hit the like button and all of that stuff because it get crazy. It definitely get crazy. Okay, y'all. I have a story for everybody today. Okay? So hold on, y'all. Let me see. Can I bring this up? Open book, tell me what you feel about the inbox I sent you, girl. What you feel about the chat? Lord Jesus, have mercy. All right, hold on. Let me bring this up on my thing. Um, all right. Okay. This story here, y'all. 3G, what's going on? This story right here. I don't know, y'all. Sometimes I be thinking I'm going crazy. Let me put this over here. All right, because I got two devices up, so maybe that's why. All right, let me see. Because sometimes I don't be feel like looking at the computer. I use my other device to look because it's more easy for me sometimes. But I just come back to the computer when I got it, when I'm sharing a story because I have to, stop and shit like that. So, okay, this story here, y'all. This lady here, it's an entrepreneur. Well, she was an entrepreneur. May God rest her soul in peace. Um, her relationship was very, very, very toxic. Like very toxic. This man was very, very controlling. Very controlling. Um, okay, open book. I'm gonna check it. Hold on, y'all. Let me get in my inbox. I gotta check something from open book now. Y'all just be careful. I mean, be patient with me. Okay, open book. I'm gonna check it out as soon as I get off, baby. Thank you. Appreciate that. Lord Jesus. Ooh, Lord. Good Lord, good Lord. Hey, Latay. Ooh, Lord, I don't even know what to say sometimes. These some cookie monsters. Okay, this lady right here was an entrepreneur, right? Her boyfriend was her kid's father was very, very, very controlling. He went to prison for a few years, and when he came home, hey Miss D, I'm working and listening. I want to speak to you all. My my grandma. Okay, Angie Jones, thank you, baby. When he came out of prison, y'all, he unalived her. Okay, so we're gonna get into um the story. So her mom wanted to keep her alive, right? So the mom opened up a boutique and everything in the honor of her daughter. Oh my God, the grandkids was so beautiful. The mom got the grandkids now. She's raising both of the daughter children now. So let me just skip this. Hold on. Wait a minute. Uh-uh. Minute. Hold on, y'all, because I think I got the wrong thing up. Now, what did it? Now, hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Now, what the devil did this do to me this morning? I had the right thing up on my screen. Hold on. Now, see, I wasn't ready for all this today. All right, now I wasn't even ready. Okay, here we go. I think I got it. Let me see. Let me go back. Let me see. I think it just was the wrong one. Now, don't put me to all this work. I wasn't even ready for this today. Now, why did no, this is the wrong one anyway, so I kind of figure it was. Hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second. All right. All right, I got the wrong one. Give me 1 second, y'all. I don't know how I jumped from that one to this one. That's kind of weird. Let's see. I don't know how to do that. I had it already set. Okay, I think it's this one right here. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, let me bring it up on the screen. Okay. There we go. Got it, guys. Sorry, guys, for making y'all wait. Sorry. Y'all turn your phones up, put your headphones on, because I don't know if you're going to be able to hear it or not. Sometimes these things be low.
4 a.m., January 1st, 2023. As fireworks faded across Athens, Alabama, and families welcomed the promise of a new year, a different scene unfolded on Oakdale Ridge Lane. The sound of barking dogs pierced the
Hey,
quiet
Rebecca. Hey,
neighborhood,
Pammy
drawing
Pooh.
neighbor Brock Suggs to his front door. What he witnessed would forever haunt him. "Get behind the car! Get behind the car!" Urgent voices cut through the darkness. A mother stood in her driveway, her 8-month-old baby in her arms, while her terrified 3-year-old
That's the
daughter
mother, y'all,
sought
and the two
shelter beneath
children.
a nearby vehicle. This mother was 26-year-old Alexis Laparian Garth. Standing before her was Kira
Okay,
Ward,
Carmen. Thank you,
who had
baby.
walked free from prison just 10 days earlier on December 22nd. In a matter of moments, 5 gunshots would shatter the peace, all while police officers watched helplessly. This wasn't a random act of violence. This was the culmination of a relationship marked by control, threats, and fear. The story of Alexis Garth isn't just another statistic. It's a stark reminder of how systems fail, how warnings go unheeded, and how precious lives can be lost in an instant. This is the story of a mother, a daughter, and a woman who tried to break free. Born on August 11, 1996, Alexis Laparian Garth lit up every room she entered. At just 26, she had already carved out a path filled with determination and dreams. A proud graduate of Tanner High School, she pushed forward with her education at Calhoun Community College, pursuing studies in physical therapy and rehabilitation, a testament to her desire to help others. But above all else, Alexis was a devoted mother to 2 beautiful children, 3-year-old Alani Chanel Tucker and 8-month-old Kamani. Her love for them drove every decision, every aspiration. On January 1st, 2022, she celebrated a milestone that filled her with pride, purchasing her own home. She shared her joy on social media. "When they try to count you out, you make them count in. We beating the odds. Hashtag Happy New Year. New home." Those who knew Alexis remember her vibrant personality, her unwavering dedication to family, and her resilience in the face of challenges. Her sister, Miracle Scott, spoke of a woman who never gave up, who had plans, who was ready to forge a new path for herself and her children. Before we delve deeper into Alexis's story, take a moment to consider how many others might be silently facing similar struggles in your community.
Hey, Lisa, did I
The
speak to
warning
you?
signs of domestic violence often hide in plain sight, and your awareness could save a life. If Alexis's story resonates with you, or if you know someone who might benefit from hearing it, please share this video. Your one click could reach someone who desperately needs to see it. Drop a heart emoji in the comments below to show support for Alexis's children and family. Let them know they're not alone in remembering her legacy. Subscribe and hit that notification bell to stay informed about similar stories that need to be told. Together, we can bring awareness to these critical issues and hopefully prevent future tragedies. Now, let's uncover what led to that fateful New Year's morning. Alexis Laparian Garth's journey began in Athens,
Okay,
Alabama,
Lisa.
where she quickly
Comment whenever
distinguished
you want.
herself as someone who aimed high. At Tanner High School, she wasn't content to simply coast through. She had her sights set on a future in healthcare. Her choice to pursue physical therapy and rehabilitation at Calhoun Community College reflected her compassionate nature and desire to make a tangible difference in people's lives. Friends and classmates remember her as the student who balanced her studies with part-time work, never letting obstacles deter her from her goals. She approached her education with the same determination that characterized everything else in her life. Her mother, Shanetta Garth, often spoke of Alexis's entrepreneurial spirit and her plans to eventually own her own practice. Beyond her academic pursuits, Alexis was developing her own business ideas. She confided in her mother about her dreams of working for herself, especially after her youngest daughter's birth. These weren't just idle plans. Alexis was actively laying the groundwork for her future, researching business opportunities and saving money. As a mother, Alexis poured her heart into creating beautiful memories with her daughters. 3-year-old
She was a
Alana
beautiful
Snook
young lady,
inherited
beautiful.
her mother's bright smile and energetic spirit, while 8-month-old Kamani brought new joy to the family. Alexis documented their precious moments together, from first steps to playground adventures, building a foundation of love and security for her girls. Within her family circle, Alexis was far more than just a daughter and sister. She was a cornerstone. Her sister Miracle Scott described her as the family's light, always ready with encouragement.
That's her mother,
and a
y'all.
helping hand. To her mother, Shanetta, Alexis was the one who first gave me purpose. Their bond went beyond mother-daughter. They were best friends, confidantes, and each other's biggest supporters.
Hold on, y'all. I hate when they come with these commercials. It makes me so mad.
You want to take your clothes off.
Okay.
At just 20 years old, Kiruan Yarbrough had already built a troubling history of violence.
That is the baby father,
His
the kid's
criminal
father,
record
y'all.
painted a picture of someone who resorted to aggression at the slightest provocation.
Hey,
Before the age of
Denise.
18, he had multiple confrontations with law enforcement,
I'm
each
on the
incident
couch
more
with the
concerning than the
blanket and
last.
pillow.
Local
His
authorities had
voice
encountered
is
Yarbrough repeatedly,
smooth and
noting
I
his
just
quick
had
temper and
therapy
tendency
if
toward
you
violent
hear.
solutions. His
Please
juvenile
forgive
record
me.
showed a pattern of
Carmen, you
escalating
crazy.
behavior, but being a minor at the time meant these early warnings didn't follow him into adulthood.
Did I speak to you? Hey, Brittany.
Should have. The community knew him as someone wary of, particularly after several incidents involving threats and intimidation. Despite interventions and opportunities for rehabilitation, Yarbrough continued down a path of violence. His interactions with the justice system became more frequent, culminating in charges that would eventually lead to his first significant prison sentence. Yet, the system's attempts to correct his behavior through shorter stints in custody and probation seemed to have little effect on his actions. In 2019, Yarbrough's violence reached a new level, what as a typical neighborhood dispute. After being accused of bullying, rather than walking away, he chose to escalate the situation catastrophically. He pulled out a gun and opened fire on 3 juveniles, injuring 2 of them.
Yeah, they was both
An act
pretty,
that demonstrated
Brittany,
his
beautiful
complete
children.
disregard for human life. The shooting sent shockwaves through the community. Despite the severity of his actions, Yarbrough was convicted as a youthful offender, a status that would ultimately impact the leniency of his sentence. The court placed him on probation, offering him yet another chance at rehabilitation. However, this opportunity for reform went unused. Instead of changing course, Yarbrough violated his probation terms repeatedly. These violations, combined with other offenses, finally led the justice system to impose a more serious consequence, a 36-month prison sentence. Kiruan Yarbrough entered prison to serve a 36-month sentence, but he wouldn't stay for the full term. On December 22, 2022, just 10 days before the tragic events that would claim Alexis's life, he walked free under a mandatory release program. This early release came despite his history of violence and previous probation violations. The timing of his release proved fatal. In less than 2 weeks, he would go from a prison cell to the driveway of the home he once shared with Alexis. During his brief time in prison, there were no indications that his violent tendencies had diminished. No signs that the system's attempts at rehabilitation had succeeded. The mandatory release program that put Yarbrough back on the streets raises serious questions about the justice system's handling of violent offenders.
Exactly, Brittany.
Was processed and
I agree
signed,
with you, Brittany.
protocols were followed,
Absolutely.
and a man with a documented history of gun violence was deemed fit to return to society.
And they kept letting this
For
man come
Alexis and her
home.
children, this administrative decision would have devastating consequences. This part of Alexis's story highlights a critical issue in our justice system, one that affects communities across the nation. How many other stories like this might be unfolding right now? If you've been following along and feel moved by this case, take a moment to interact with this video. Hit the like button to boost this story's visibility, helping it reach others who need to hear it. Subscribe to our channel for more in-depth coverage of cases that matter. We don't just tell these stories, we spark important conversations about public safety and justice reform. Share your thoughts in the comments below. Do you think our current early release programs need reform? What changes would you suggest to better protect potential victims? Your voice matters in this discussion.
Yes, the courts
and your
got to do
engagement
better.
helps bring attention
They
to
got to
these
do
crucial
much better.
issues. Now let's return to the events leading up to that fateful New Year's Day.
Taxes
Hold on, y'all.
was
Got to
waiting.
get this away. Baby,
Now
them
Taxes is a
daggone,
TurboTax who can do your taxes in a day, so you can get up to $4,000 instantly. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
I can't stand them commercials, y'all.
It's not possible.
I
to have
really
a school
can't
system
stand it.
without
Oh my
PSE.
God, they get on my
Everyone
nerves
that attend that school
sometimes.
is very important.
From the parent.
I'm gonna read your comment, Brittany. I got you.
Relationship between Alexis and Kiruan Yarbrough began just over a year before her death. What started as a new romance
Exactly,
in late
Brittany.
2021 quickly evolved into
Exactly.
talks of
I
building a
agree.
life together. By January 1st, 2022, they were celebrating the purchase of their home on
Thank you
Oakdale
so
Beach
much,
Lane,
baby.
a moment Alexis
Appreciate
proudly
you.
shared
Thank
on social
you.
media. Their connection had progressed rapidly. Within months, Alexis became pregnant with Kamani, their daughter. The pregnancy seemed to accelerate their commitment, but it also marked the beginning of subtle changes in their dynamic. Friends noticed Yarbrough becoming increasingly present in all aspects of Alexis's life, not just as a partner, but as someone who needed to know her every move. The timeline of their relationship paralleled Yarbrough's legal troubles. While Alexis was preparing for Kamani's arrival, facing the consequences of his probation violations. Even during his incarceration, he maintained a grip on Alexis's daily life through phone calls and messages relayed through others. Their relationship became a complex web of dependency and control, with Alexis trying to balance her role as a mother to both Kamani and Alani while navigating Yarbrough's demands from behind bars. The warning signs emerged gradually but distinctly. Alexis's vibrant social media presence began to dim. Her sister, Miracle Scott, noticed how phone calls became shorter, more guarded, with Yarbrough often audible in the background, monitoring conversations. Friends who used to receive daily texts found themselves slowly cut off from regular contact. Alexis' dependence, once a defining characteristic, started to erode. Decisions about her children, her work, even her daily routines now required Yarbrough's approval. When he was incarcerated, his control continued through constant demands about her whereabouts and activities. He would have others
What's up,
drive by
baby
the house,
boots?
checking if she was home. The changes in Alexis became more noticeable to her family. Her usual confident demeanor shifted.
What's
She
going
became
on?
hesitant, constantly checking her phone. Her mother, Shunetta, observed how Alexis would tense up at the mention of future plans or family gatherings. Even the way she spoke about her dreams changed. Her ambitions now came with qualifiers, always pending Yarbrough's agreement. These subtle shifts signaled the growing shadow over her life. By mid-2022, the abuse had intensified beyond emotional manipulation. Alexis found herself walking on eggshells, even from behind the protective walls of her home while Yarbrough was in prison. His phone calls from jail became weapons, alternating between threats and pleas, promises of change, and warnings of consequences. His release from prison on December 22nd marked a dramatic escalation. The physical presence of Yarbrough in the house created an atmosphere of constant tension. Neighbors later recalled hearing frequent arguments. His threats became more direct, more frightening.
Yeah,
One
you always
chilling
working,
incident just
baby.
days before the tragedy, he made his intentions crystal clear, stating to Alexis, "I'm going to kill her, the child, kill you, and kill myself." These weren't empty words. Alexis confided in her sister about Yarbrough's increasingly volatile behavior. He would follow her to work, show up unexpectedly at her daughter's daycare, and demand access to her phone at random times to check her messages and calls. In the final weeks of December 2022,
Hey, Bronx girl.
Alexis began quietly crafting an escape plan. Her sister Miracle Scott later revealed she had plans to leave in the next few weeks. She tried to leave him, and he wouldn't let her. The weight of those words, "he wouldn't let her," captured the terrifying reality of her situation. Alexis had started gathering important documents and setting aside money. She reached out to old friends, carefully rebuilding connections that had been severed under Yarbrough's control. her mother noticed small changes. Extra clothes appearing at her house, important papers being transferred, and Alexis asking more questions about staying with family. "We didn't think it would get to this point," Miracle Scott shared, her voice heavy with the burden of hindsight. Alexis had planned to wait until after the holiday season, hoping to spare her children from trauma during what should be a joyful time. She was meticulously careful, knowing the danger of tipping her hand too soon. But time ran out. The calendar turned to January 1st, 2023, and with it, all of Alexis's carefully laid plans for freedom were tragically cut short.
Ready? Here
Boy,
we go.
these commercials be
Okay,
killing
first day,
me.
Sophie and Jay. Drop off
Like,
Kristoff,
my
lunchbox, small
man,
rocks,
go
recess, no
away.
fun. Backpack, quick snack, I'm back done. Give a little Sara Lee love.
God, Lord. Ah.
Your contractors will soon be asking for their 1099, and your employees need their W-2. Use the #1 filing program.
January 1st, 2023, began with the fading echoes of New Year celebrations across Athens,
Girl,
Alabama.
yes, they
At
be
approximately
killing me.
4 a.m., while most
Boots.
families were asleep, a confrontation began at Alexis's home on Oakdale Ridge Lane. The darkness of that winter morning would soon be pierced by tragedy. Alexis stood in her driveway, her 8-month-old daughter Kamani cradled in her arms. Her 3-year-old daughter, Alani, sensing danger, had already hidden beneath a nearby car. Yarbrough, who had been free for just 10 days, faced her with deadly intent. The scene was about to unfold in front of responding police officers who had arrived at the residence. What happened next occurred in a matter of moments, but would forever alter countless lives. 5 shots rang out in quick succession, each one fired while Alexis still held their infant daughter. The officers, present but unable to prevent the tragedy, watched as Alexis fell. Her final moments were spent protecting her baby, an instinct that persisted even as the bullets struck. Through either miracle or a mother's protective embrace, both children survived physically unharmed. 3-year-old Alani remained hidden under the car, while Kamani was quickly secured by first responders. Neighbors' accounts painted a vivid picture of those horrific early morning moments. Brock Suggs, house sitting nearby, recalled the sequence of events that jolted him awake. "I heard the dogs barking about 4 o'clock in the morning. I thought they might have wanted to go out, but they ran straight to the front door." Following his instincts, Suggs investigated. "I poked my head out and I just heard some people saying, 'Get behind the car, get behind the car.' So I shut the door."
Hey,
and
Auntie
locked it."
Strokes.
The gravity of what he'd witnessed became clear hours later. "When I stood outside, there was a body laying on the ground, and they were taking away a guy in handcuffs." Kathy Wells, another neighbor who worked for Crisis Services of North Alabama, later expressed her devastation.
This lady here, y'all,
"Had
the
I seen the
neighbor.
police here before, I would have let her know that there's help out there." She noted how domestic violence victims often isolate themselves.
Well, they had just
In
pulled up,
typical
Brittany, so they
situations,
couldn't really
victims pretty much stay
they
to
didn't even know he had a
themselves.
pow-pow. They
That's
had
correct,
just
the
pulled up on
pattern,
the scene.
and so I had no idea. When officers arrived at Oakdale Ridge Lane that morning, they encountered a situation that would rapidly escalate beyond their control. Their presence, rather than deterring violence, became witness to it. They found Alexis outside her home, a confrontation already in progress, with 2 young children caught in the middle of a volatile situation. The officers immediately recognized the gravity of the scene: a mother holding an infant, another child seeking shelter, and an armed man who had recently been released from prison. They attempted to de-escalate the situation, but events unfolded too quickly for intervention. Within moments of their arrival, shots were fired.
Yeah, as they was arriving, that's when
After
he
the
did it.
shooting, officers secured the scene while emergency medical services rushed Alexis to Huntsville Hospital. They quickly took Yarbrough into custody without further incident, recovering the weapon used in the shooting. The immediate priority became ensuring the safety of both children, who were thankfully physically unharmed. Police secured the area, establishing a perimeter that would remain in place until 9 or 10 that morning. Evidence collection teams worked methodically, documenting every detail of the tragic scene. News of the shooting spread through Athens as the first sunrise of 2023 broke over Oakdale Ridge Lane. Police tape still surrounded the property where, hours earlier, a family had been forever shattered. Alexis rushed to Huntsville Hospital, fought for her life, but succumbed to her injuries, leaving behind her 2 young daughters who had witnessed the unthinkable. Yarbrough was immediately transported to Limestone County Jail. Given the circumstances, a murder committed in front of children, he was charged with capital murder and held without bond. The gravity of his actions meant he now faced the most serious charges under Alabama law. The immediate hours following the tragedy focused on the children's welfare. Family members, already devastated by Alexis's death, now faced the challenge of caring for 2 traumatized young girls. 3-year-old Alani, who had hidden under the car, and 8-month-old Kamani, who had been in her mother's arms during the shooting, were placed in the
Brittany.
care of their
Yeah, they will.
grandmother, Shanetta Garth. The community, waking up to news of the tragedy, began gathering near the scene, leaving flowers and messages of support for a family whose new year had turned to nightmare.
I have finally taken
Yeah,
over.
one of the
marketing
kids
for
was
the company.
hiding under the
You won't
car.
believe how easy it was.
Signing up
That
for
was
Outlook
sad.
a breeze.
That was
I
very
got to see
sad
where
right
my
there.
information was being
The loss of Alexis Laparian Garth sent ripples through Athens, Alabama, transforming a close-knit community's New Year celebrations into a period of collective mourning. As news spread, reactions varied dramatically, revealing deep divides in how people viewed domestic violence. While many gathered for candlelight vigils and created memorials, social media became a battleground of perspectives. Some attempted to justify the unjustifiable, with one comment suggesting, "He didn't have to kill her, but nigga, not killing for no reason. Who can't point a finger at him when she did something to provoke him or always two-sided of the story. But if she cheating, he just should had pack up and move on." Another commenter countered responding, "Been out for 3.5 weeks just to go back for life because you a coward that can't control your emotions. Smench, really took that girl life for nothing." These conflicting responses highlighted the urgent need for education about domestic violence. While some community members organized support for Alexis's children and family, others' reactions demonstrated how deeply rooted victim blaming remains in society. Local businesses and residents rallied to support funeral expenses, while advocates used the tragedy to push for greater awareness and understanding. Reynolds Funeral Home in Decatur opened its doors on January 8, 2023, as hundreds gathered to pay their
Oh,
respects.
she was put away
The
so
following
nice.
day,
Look at that
the Round
cast.
Island Creek Mission
She was put away beautiful.
overflowed with mourners, each person carrying memories of a young mother whose life ended too soon. For Alexis's family, particularly her mother Shanetta and sister Miracle, grief became intertwined with purpose. Their loss transformed into a mission to preserve her memory and protect her children's future. In a heartfelt social media post, Shanetta expressed the depth of her pain. "You stood for life and love and so much more. It's forever long live our Lex."
Yeah, they put her away
Despite
nice.
their overwhelming sorrow, the family found strength in caring for Alani and Kamani. These young girls who witnessed such trauma became the focus of their healing journey. The family worked to create new traditions and memories, ensuring the children would know their mother's love story, not just her tragic ending. Miracle Scott, Alexis's sister, channeled her grief into advocacy, speaking out about domestic violence and the importance of supporting those trying to leave dangerous situations. Through her profound grief, Shanetta Garth found a way to keep her daughter's dreams alive. She launched a new venture through her boutique, OK Boutique, transforming it into both a business and a living memorial to Alexis. This initiative wasn't just about commerce. It was about fulfilling her daughter's entrepreneurial dreams. She said, "Mama, after I have Kamani, I'm gone work for myself," Shanetta recalled, her voice carrying
Yes,
both pride
Brittany.
and pain. This memory became the foundation for her mission. The boutique now serves as a bridge between Alexis's aspirations and her mother's determination to honor them. In a touching tribute on what would have been Alexis's birthday, Shanetta wrote, "Happy heavenly birthday to the one who first gave me purpose. I'm not gone lie. It hurt, but I'm gone. Hold my head high. I may not celebrate like everyone else, but I'm grateful to those celebrating you. Through the boutique, every sale, every customer interaction, every business decision carries forward Alexis's spirit and her unfulfilled dreams of entrepreneurship. Alexis's story brought attention to the critical gaps in protecting domestic violence victims, particularly when abusers are released from prison. Her case highlighted how the short window between an abuser's release and potential violence can be devastatingly brief. Just 10 days in this instance. The tragedy raised questions about the
Thank you,
effectiveness
SA.
of existing protection systems. Kathy Wells, who worked with
I mean,
Crisis
SC.
Services of North Alabama, pointed out how isolation often prevents victims from accessing help. Victims pretty much stay to themselves. That's part of the pattern.
Mm-hmm.
This insight sparked local discussions about improving outreach to at-risk individuals. Questions emerged about the mandatory release program that freed Yarbrough despite his violent history. Community advocates began examining how similar programs might be reformed to better protect potential victims. The focus shifted to creating better communication channels between prison release programs and victim support services. The case also exposed the challenges victims face when planning to leave. Alexis's situation demonstrated how the period of separation often becomes the most dangerous time for victims. Her story became a catalyst for discussions about creating safer exit strategies and support systems for those seeking escape. Today,
Boy, these commercials be making me
You belong at a
I
university
ain't
that values
lying,
diversity,
boy.
diversity in experiences.
That's why I always tell
Diversity
y'all,
in
plan out when
programs.
you're in a domestic violence relationship. But you know, she was planning, she was
today,
saving money,
on what
but
would have been another chapter in
she didn't have
Alexis
time to get
Laparian
out.
Garth's life, two young girls are growing up without their mother's embrace. Alani and Kamani carry forward her legacy, surrounded by family who ensure they know their mother's strength, love, and dreams. Shanetta continues to honor her daughter's memory through the OK Boutique, turning grief into purpose. Each day brings both memories of loss and determination to create positive change. As she often says, you stood for life and love and so much more. It's forever, long live Arlex. The Athens community has transformed their collective heartbreak into action. Through increased awareness and support for domestic violence prevention, Alexis's story continues to make a difference. Her tragic passing on that New Year's morning serves as both a warning and a call for change. For immediate help or support, contact the following: National Domestic Violence Hotline, 1-800-799-SAFE, 7233, available 24/7. All calls confidential. Text START to 88788, Crisis Services of North Alabama, local domestic violence shelters and support groups. Alexis Laparian Garth, August 11th, 1996,
Boy, they
January
put up
1st,
way so nice.
2023. Forever remembered, forever loved.
This year
As we
made
conclude
3
Alexis's
years, y'all.
story,
She been gone.
remember that similar situations are unfolding in communities across the country right now. Your engagement with this video can help save lives by spreading awareness about domestic violence, warning signs, and available resources. If this story moved you, please take action. Share this video with someone who might need to hear it. Your share could reach someone planning their escape, or a
Exactly,
friend
Brittany.
who needs to recognize the signs. Leave a comment with your thoughts on how we can better protect domestic violence victims. Your insight might help others in similar situations. Subscribe to support our mission of bringing these important stories to light.
Okay, I have another one. Yeah, and that's why I always say, if y'all can remember my platform, I always said plan, you know, and she was doing that. You know, she started taking clothes to her mom's house and things like that, but she didn't have time. You know, she started taking all her documents and stuff of her and the kids to the mom house, but she didn't have time. She didn't have time. You know, and it's sad. It's a sad situation. They kept letting him come home. Let me see. I have another one here. He killed his wife before she was more successful. Okay, let me here's another one here. Let me see. Sometimes I like bringing awareness to different things. You know what I'm saying? So let's check out this one. I like doing different stuff on, like different commentary on different stuff. There's nothing wrong with it. Her mom was beautiful too. At first, I thought that was the sister, but when they said the mother, I'm like, oh my God. Okay, this one here said he got another woman pregnant, but unalived his wife when she left. So we're going to check out this one. Let me know if y'all can hear it in the comment section. That's sad and scary
Centerville,
situation
Georgia,
to be in. Yes.
2021. Catherine and Timothy Price embodied the American dream that many aspire to achieve.
Hey,
Their home at
girl.
100 Arbor Creek stood as a testament to their success. A beautiful property in a peaceful subdivision where neighbors would often see the family heading to church on Sundays. Master Sergeant Catherine Price, at 36, commanded respect at Robins Air Force Base, where her exceptional work as a budget analyst for the 116th
Okay,
Air
Brittany,
Control
thank
Wing
you.
earned her consistent praise. Her husband, Timothy, 41, showcased entrepreneurial spirit as the owner of his trucking company, building it from the ground up after years of corporate experience at Frito-Lay. For 11 years, they stood together, raising 3 children and establishing themselves as pillars of their community. Their involvement in Fellowship Bible Baptist Church painted the portrait of a family deeply rooted in faith and service. To their neighbors, they were the power couple.
Hey, Lisa Oaks.
Successful, dedicated, and seemingly unshakable
Make sure y'all
in
hit
their
the like
commitment to
button.
each other and their community.
And if anyone want
Their
to send me a
life appeared
super
to be a
sticker
masterclass in
today, you
balance,
can,
military
or
service, business
get a
ownership,
coffee.
parenthood, and faith
I don't
all
have no
perfectly
mods in here, but
aligned.
I'll drop the coffee
But
link
on
in a
May
minute.
4th, 2021, the morning sun rose over Arbor Creek to illuminate a scene that shattered this perfect image forever. Police cars lined the peaceful street. Neighbors stood frozen in disbelief as tear gas pierced through the windows of the Price family home. The same house that once hosted community gatherings now stood silent, surrounded by law enforcement. The call came at 8:52 a.m. Timothy's voice on the line with Centerville police delivered words that would destroy the facade of perfection. He had shot his wife. The same man who was admired as a successful businessman and father had made a decision that would leave their 3 children without both parents. The same home where Catherine had proudly worn her Master Sergeant uniform now became the final chapter of her story, marking the end of a life dedicated to service and family. If you're watching this video right now, pause for a moment and imagine those 3 children who lost both parents in a single day. Could anyone have seen the signs? Were there red flags that friends and family missed? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
It's always
Do you
red
ever know
flags, but
someone who
sometimes
seemed
we
to have a
miss some.
perfect life,
Thank you, Open
only
Book.
to discover hidden struggles beneath the surface? Your engagement matters more than you know. By sharing your experiences, you might help someone recognize warning signs in their own
That's why I
life
talk about
and
it all the
lives of
time on my
those they care
channel,
about.
because I like to
Hit that
warn
like
people,
button
and
if you believe in the power of
something
community
they may
awareness,
think it's
and
not a red
subscribe to
flag,
join our
and
true
it
crime
definitely is a
family
red
as
flag.
we uncover stories that remind us to look deeper than surface appearances. If you know someone who needs to hear this story,
Hey,
share
love
this
me.
video. Together, we can learn from
I did
Catherine's
the
story
husband pow
and
his
perhaps
wife.
help prevent another
He is
tragedy.
a
At
clown.
Robins Air
She
Force
didn't
Base,
deserve it.
Catherine Price wasn't just another service member.
Okay,
She
Open
was a
Book,
force
baby.
of
Okay.
excellence. As Master
Yeah, he's a big
Sergeant of the
clown.
Georgia Air National Guard, she transformed the 116th Air Control Wing's budget management through her analytical precision and leadership. Her role as budget analyst demanded meticulous attention to detail, a skill she mastered with remarkable
I don't understand. They
efficiency.
both have a good
Colonel
career.
Amy Holbeck, the 116th Air Control Wing commander, often noted Catherine's exceptional contributions to their mission. Her presence in briefing rooms commanded attention, her insights shaped strategic financial decisions, and her dedication inspired junior officers. Through years of service, Catherine built a reputation for turning complex financial challenges into actionable solutions. Beyond her technical expertise, Catherine's military bearing and professional conduct set a standard for others to follow. Her uniform was always immaculate, her reports thorough, and her commitment unwavering. She balanced her high-stakes military responsibilities with grace, earning recognition not just for meeting expectations, but consistently exceeding them. Her career trajectory showed no signs of slowing. Each promotion seemed to ours to even greater opportunities within the Air National Guard. Timothy Price built his trucking company through bold entrepreneurial vision and relentless determination. Starting from his early career at Frito-Lay, he observed the logistics industry from the ground up, learning its intricacies and identifying opportunities others had missed. His transition from corporate employee to business owner marked the beginning of an impressive entrepreneurial
Okay, Shay
journey.
Shay.
As an 18-wheeler driver turned company owner, Timothy transformed his firsthand experience on the road into a successful business model. He understood the challenges truckers faced daily and used this knowledge to create efficient solutions. His company grew steadily, adding vehicles to its fleet and expanding its client base across Georgia. His business acumen
Those little doggone little. Oh. Those little god doggone things get on my nerve when they come up.
showed in how he managed relationships with both clients and employees. Former colleagues noted his ability to secure profitable contracts while maintaining high service standards. He took pride in running his operations hands-on, often driving routes himself, to maintain quality control and stay connected to the day-to-day realities of his industry. The growth of his trucking company became a testament to his business instincts. Each new contract and successful delivery strengthened his reputation in Centerville's business community. In Centerville's social circles, Catherine and Timothy Price stood out as the embodiment of modern success. Their different yet complementary careers created a powerful dynamic. She, in her pristine military uniform, making strategic decisions at Robins Air Force Base, he building a trucking empire from scratch. Their presence at local events turned heads. Their achievements became conversation starters, and their marriage seemed to represent the perfect blend of ambition and partnership. Their home in the Old Stone Crossing subdivision reflected their success, but it was their ability to balance high-powered careers with family life that truly captured their community's admiration. Local business gatherings often found Timothy sharing industry insights, while Catherine discussed military leadership principles, each commanding attention in their own right, yet stronger together. Friends and neighbors watched as they juggled their demanding careers with raising 3 children, making it all appear effortless. At school events, they were the parents who somehow managed to attend despite their packed schedules. Their ability to maintain successful careers while staying actively involved in their children's lives made other couples wonder about their secret. Their influence extended beyond their professional spheres. They became the couple others looked to for inspiration, advice, and example. Young professionals in Centerville often cited the Prices as their role models, hoping to achieve similar success in their own marriages and careers. Timothy's nephew, Caleb Miles, found a second home with them, later describing his uncle as a father figure who always looked out for me. Catherine embraced this extended family role, treating everyone who entered their home as part of their family. The Prices believed in giving back to their community. They participated in local fundraisers, supported community projects, and opened their doors to neighbors in need. Their children learned the value of community service through their parents' example, often joining them in various charitable activities. When neighbors needed help, the Prices were known to step up, whether it meant organizing meal trains for sick community members or contributing to local causes. While the Price family projected an image of success to their Centerville community, cracks had formed in their foundation. The smiles at church gatherings masked growing tensions at home. The couple who seemed to have mastered work-life balance were quietly struggling to hold their marriage together. What neighbors couldn't see were the empty conversations over dinner, the growing distance between husband and wife, and the silence that filled their seemingly perfect home. The same house that hosted community gatherings became a space of unspoken conflict. Their professional successes, rather than bringing them closer, began highlighting their differences. 4 to 5 months before the tragic events of May 2021, Timothy had already moved out of their Arbor Creek home. Yet they maintained their public appearances, attending the same events and fulfilling their community obligations separately. Few people knew that the couple who inspired so many others was living apart. Even fewer understood the depth of their marital problems. Their ability to maintain this facade spoke to the pressure they felt to uphold their image as Centerville's model family. The reality of the Price's marriage painted a starkly different picture from their polished public persona. Catherine had taken a decisive step by filing for divorce, a fact that Timothy struggled to accept. Their separation wasn't just physical. It represented a complete shift in their relationship's power dynamics. Court documents revealed that Catherine had been methodically preparing for an independent life. She had secured her own financial stability through her military career and was ready to move forward without Timothy. This independence seemed to trigger something in him. The loss of control over their carefully constructed life together became increasingly apparent in his behavior.
Yeah, men don't like when they lose control. Some women don't either. They don't like that when they lose control.
Always dry scoop before you run. Listen to me.
People lose control. That's the worstest thing, especially if it's an abusive relationship.
The separation period revealed the true nature of their relationship. While Catherine focused on rebuilding her life and protecting their children's future, Timothy grappled with the dissolution of his perceived perfect marriage. Their interactions became strained, limited to necessary communications about their children. The same couple who once shared everything now lived entirely separate lives. Colleagues at Robins Air Force Base noticed subtle changes in Catherine's demeanor during this period. A quiet determination, a renewed focus on her career, and a strength that spoke of someone ready to embrace change. The truth about Timothy's betrayal emerged through family revelations. While presenting himself as a devoted husband and father, he had been living a double life. His affair wasn't just a momentary lapse in judgment, it had resulted in pregnancy, shattering any possibility of quietly resolving their marital issues. According to Catherine's sister-in-law, who later spoke out to defend
Hey,
Catherine's
Troy.
memory, Timothy's infidelity was the
That's
catalyst
true, Miss
that
D.
exposed
Yes.
the marriage's deeper
That's why I talk about
problems.
this stuff a
His
lot.
relationship with another woman had progressed far beyond a simple affair,
Yes,
creating
yes,
permanent
yes. That's
consequences
sad.
that would affect multiple families. The revelation of the pregnancy left Catherine with no choice but to confront the reality of their marriage. The discovery sent ripples through their social circle, though most remained unaware at the time. Timothy's actions contradicted everything the couple had publicly stood for, their commitment to faith, family, and community values. Yet even as his own actions destroyed their marriage, Timothy struggled with Catherine's decision to leave. He wanted to maintain the benefits of their public image while continuing his separate life. The pregnancy announcement crushed any hopes of reconciliation. For Catherine,
Absolutely.
it represented not just betrayal, but a complete dismissal of their 11 years together and the family they had built. This final breach of trust pushed her toward filing for divorce. Catherine's role as Master Sergeant had always provided her with financial stability, making her the primary breadwinner in the Price household. This financial independence became her foundation for building a new life. According to family members, she didn't need him for anything. Her
Hope
military
you're having a good
career
day,
had given her
Troy.
both the means and confidence to stand on her own. In the months following their separation, Catherine began renovating her life with the same precision she applied to her military duties. She maintained her exceptional performance at Robins Air Force Base while creating a stable environment for her children in their Arbor Creek home. Her colleagues noted her resilience during this period as she never let her personal struggles affect her professional responsibilities. Timothy's departure from the house marked the beginning of Catherine's journey toward complete independence. She was moving forward,
Right,
making
Brittany.
plans for her future and focusing on her children's well-being. her decision to file for divorce wasn't made in haste. It was a calculated step toward the life she and her children deserved. At this moment in our story, we've uncovered the harsh realities behind the Price family's perfect facade. If you're watching this and recognize similar patterns in your own life or someone close to you, this next part of the story becomes crucial. Take a second to hit that like button if you believe every person deserves the chance to rebuild their life.
Hit my like button, y'all.
For those following Catherine's journey, you might be wondering what pushed Timothy to his breaking point. What happens when a controlling partner realizes they've lost their power? Subscribe to
Hey,
ensure you don't miss what
power's a
happens
mother
next.
sucker when you lose your power. When a
Sometimes
demon
the
lose
most
their power.
dangerous moment is when
Hold
someone
on, y'all.
decides to leave. Drop a comment below.
When a person lose their power and their control in a relationship, that's very dangerous. When you start to see them lose their power and their control, it's very dangerous. It's time to go, because hell will definitely break loose then, because it goes both ways. Men and women, if they are abusive, they don't like to lose power or control. Things never going to get better. So when they say we're going to work it out, we have a family, we have this, don't let that keep you there, because it's only going to get worse. Because they lost it. They feel like now I'm losing power and I'm losing control over you. You know, so do what you can silently, save your money, or if you got money, plan out very quickly, quietly, of how you're going to move. You know, and I always say, don't tell everybody. Tell someone that you're close to, because you don't know if that person going back telling this person that you're trying to get away from everything you're planning, and that can leave you in a dangerous situation also. So always be careful of who you're going back telling your plans to, because you don't want your plans to fail and it becomes dangerous. Okay, so always remember that. Always remember that.
Below, sharing your thoughts. What would you do if you discovered your partner's double life? Your perspective might help someone watching who's facing similar challenges. May 4th, 2021, began like any other Tuesday in Centerville, Georgia. The morning routine in the Arbor Creek subdivision carried on as usual, neighbors heading to work, children preparing for school. No one could have predicted how this ordinary morning would turn tragic. At 8:52 a.m., Timothy Price made a call that stopped time in Centerville. His voice, steady and deliberate, informed the Centerville Police Department that he had shot his wife, Catherine. The call was brief, but devastating in its clarity. This wasn't a heated moment of passion. He had driven to their home on Arbor Creek with purpose. The Centerville Police Department's response was immediate. Within minutes of Timothy's call, patrol cars surrounded the Arbor Creek residence. Officers established a perimeter, transforming the quiet suburban street into an active crime scene. Their first priority, attempting to establish contact with anyone inside the house. The Houston County Special Response Team quickly joined the operation. Their arrival marked a shift in tactics as they assessed the situation. Despite multiple attempts at communication, silence met their calls. The team, recognizing the gravity of the situation, methodically worked through their response protocols. As the morning progressed, the Special Response Team made the decision to deploy tear gas. Neighbors watched as canisters.
Hey guys, did you know
What
some
are you talking about,
drivers
y'all?
are ditching their car insurance and they're doing this instead? Now, the reason why you may be overpaying.
Canisters crashed through the home's windows. Each attempt to force a response met with continued silence. The lack of movement or response from inside the house deepened their concern. After exhausting all attempts at communication, the Special Response Team made the difficult decision to enter the home. Their training prepared them for various scenarios, but nothing could prepare them for what they discovered inside. Both Catherine and Timothy Price lay motionless, each with gunshot wounds. The residents of Old Stone Crossing subdivision gathered on their lawns in stunned silence as the tragedy unfolded. Millicent Wooden, a neighbor who had often exchanged pleasantries with the Prices, stood frozen, her thoughts turning to the children, who would now face an unimaginable loss. News spread quickly through Centerville. At Robins Air Force Base, Catherine's colleagues at the 116th Air Control Wing received the news with disbelief. The budget office where she had worked just days before fell silent. Her empty desk became a stark reminder of the sudden loss of a valued team member. Parents at the local schools struggled to process how they would explain to their children why their friends wouldn't be returning home. The Fellowship Bible Baptist Church community, who had witnessed the Price's regular attendance and participation, gathered in impromptu prayer circles. The shock rippled through different circles: military personnel, church members, business
Exactly,
associates,
Shay.
parents.
Exactly.
Each
That's
group
the
trying
sad
to
part.
reconcile the violent end with the couple they thought they knew. The community's reaction reflected not just grief, but confusion. How could this happen in their peaceful neighborhood to a family that seemed to have everything? The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, GBI, arrived on scene, taking lead at the request of Centerville Police Department. GBI Special Agent Todd Crosby and his team approached the case with methodical precision, treating it as a full death investigation rather than immediately labeling it a murder-suicide. Inside the Price home, investigators documented every detail. Each room told part of the story, from the point of entry to the final location where both bodies were found. The evidence suggested there had been no struggle, no signs of forced entry. Every piece of information pointed to Timothy arriving with clear intent that morning. The GBI team coordinated with the crime lab, arranging transport of both bodies for autopsy. The investigation expanded beyond the physical crime scene as agents began collecting statements from neighbors, family members, and colleagues. Their focus, building a complete timeline of events leading to that fatal morning. Each conversation revealed new layers to the story. Timothy's family members shared insights about his state of mind in recent months. Catherine's military colleagues provided details about changes they had observed. The investigation's scope grew to include text messages, phone records, and witness accounts from the preceding months. In the aftermath of the tragedy, Catherine's sister-in-law broke her silence with a powerful statement that exposed the truth. "Let me clear the BS real quick, because this is my husband's sister, my sister-in-law." Tim was jealous. He was mad because she filed divorce papers and he was already put out the house 4 to 5 months prior to the murder. He cheated first and actually got another female pregnant. Let's start there. He couldn't stand the fact that she was moving on with her life and he wanted his cake and ice cream. Third, she didn't need him for anything when she, Catherine, was the sole breadwinner in the household. So unless y'all know WTF really happened, I suggest you keep the BS insensitive comments to yourself. Her raw, emotional testimony shattered the perfect image the community held of Timothy Price. Through her words, the truth emerged about the private struggles Catherine had faced while maintaining her professional composure at work and caring for her children. These revelations transformed the narrative, exposing the reality behind closed doors. The tragic deaths of Catherine and Timothy Price left their 3 children facing an unimaginable future. The Centerville community, especially those connected to the 116th Air Control Wing, mobilized immediately to support these young lives shattered by loss. Their military families stepped forward, demonstrating the deep bonds that extend beyond service. Fundraisers emerged throughout Centerville, with neighbors, church members, and military families contributing to ensure the children's future stability. The Fellowship Bible Baptist Church community created special programs to provide emotional and spiritual support, understanding that the children's healing journey would require long-term care and attention. The 116th Air Control Wing's response demonstrated the military's commitment to taking care of their own. Colonel Amy Holbeck led the unit's efforts, stating, "Master Sergeant Catherine Price was truly a valued member of our organization and respected by so many." Her colleagues at Robins Air Force Base transformed their grief into action, creating a support network for her children. In Centerville, Georgia, Catherine Price's name now carries a different weight than it once did, not just as the accomplished Master Sergeant, dedicated mother, or victim of a tragic crime, but as a reminder that courage sometimes means walking away, even when the cost seems impossibly high. Her story compels us to question the perfect images we see around us. The Price family's tragedy shows how public success can hide private pain, how financial independence doesn't guarantee personal safety, and how someone's true nature might only emerge when they lose control. The 3 children left behind remind us why these stories matter, why we must learn from them, share them, and use them to create change. Catherine's military career taught her discipline, leadership, and strength. She used these qualities to plan her escape, protect her children, and build toward independence. In the end, she faced her greatest battle at home, behind closed doors, away from the community that admired her. As Centerville continues to heal, as Catherine's children grow, and as her story reaches others, her impact extends far beyond her tragic end. Her legacy lives on in every person who finds the courage to leave, every community that learns to look deeper, and every life saved by recognizing the signs she left behind. This has been the story of Catherine Price, but it's also a story that could save lives. Before you click away, 3 simple actions from you could help this story reach someone who needs to hear it. First, hit that
Yes,
subscribe
Shay
button
Shay.
to join our community dedicated to sharing these important stories. I release new videos every week, examining cases that need to be told, that need to be heard. Second, if this story impacted you, give it a thumbs up. Your engagement helps these crucial stories reach a wider audience. Finally, share your thoughts in the comments below. What warning signs stood out to you? What would you tell someone who might be in Catherine's situation? Your perspective could be the guidance someone else needs right now. If you know anyone who needs to hear this story, share it with them. Sometimes the simple act of sharing a video can open the door to life-changing conversations.
So true. Okay, y'all, let's go to another one. So true. Yes. See, he went out there cheating on her, got someone pregnant, and he probably was already jealous of her because she was the breadwinner. She was making good money. He was making money too. But I mean, he didn't have to do what he did. I mean, if you was going to do that, why would you do it to the children? Like, those was your children. Like, you didn't give your children a chance in life at all. Okay, this one here, it says, let's see. He filed a protective order against his ex, but then he unalived her hours later. So let's check this one out, y'all. Whew, this is the saddest stuff, man. I ain't lying.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle. Trapped in a cycle of opioid use, withdrawal, and cravings. Sublocade is for adults with moderate to...
Okay. There's so much still going on behind closed doors. Absolutely. Absolutely, Shay Shay. You just never know.
Detective Tanisha Poosley, a respected officer who had dedicated her life to protecting others, found herself unable to secure protection when she needed it most. At just 27 years old, this promising young detective's life was cut short in her own home, a place where she should have felt safest. The tragic irony lies not just in her role as a law enforcement officer, but in the steps she had taken to protect herself. Just weeks before her death, Detective Poosley had obtained a protection order against her ex-boyfriend, Brandon Webster. She had followed every legal protocol, every procedure she had advised countless others to take. Yet despite her training, despite her understanding of the system, despite her position within law enforcement, these measures weren't enough to save her life. This case raises profound questions about the effectiveness of protection orders and the unique challenges faced by law enforcement officers dealing with domestic violence. Tell us in the comments, what more could have been done to protect Detective Poosley? Detective Tanisha Poosley joined the Montgomery Police Department in 2016, quickly establishing herself as a dedicated and compassionate officer. During her 4 years of service, she went beyond the call of duty, actively engaging with community outreach programs while excelling in her investigative responsibilities. Her colleagues at MPD knew her as someone who consistently demonstrated exceptional commitment to public service. She volunteered with Transformation Montgomery, helping to provide affordable housing solutions and life skills training to those in need. Her impact extended to mentoring young girls at the Sequel Group home, where she became a role model for aspiring youth.
That was
Detective
nice.
Pusely's approach to law enforcement was marked by her emphasis on prevention and education. She regularly shared safety tips on social media, particularly focusing on women's protection, and advocated for proper firearms training among female citizens. Before we delve deeper into this compelling case, take a moment to subscribe to our channel for more in-depth coverage of significant cases that deserve attention. If this is your first time here, activate the notification bell to stay informed about our latest releases. Later in this video, we'll present our unbiased take on
Shay,
today's
I
case,
feel you, and I feel the
examining
same,
a
boo.
critical
I
aspect
feel you on
rarely
that, boo.
discussed, the unique
Yes.
challenges faced by law enforcement officers who become victims of domestic violence. The statistics and systemic issues we'll uncover might surprise you.
I
How
feel
can
you
we
on
better
that one.
protect those who protect us?
That's why I share stories
Share
like
your
this. You
thoughts
know, I
in the
do like
comments
little
below,
story
and if you
times and
find this
stuff.
story impactful,
I'm gonna bring
help
some
us
more
spread
stories
awareness
next week
by
about
giving this video a
narcissist
thumbs up.
men and all of
Your
that. I'm gonna bring some
engagement
stories
helps
on that
ensure
too next
stories
week.
like Detective Pugsley's reach those who need to hear them most. Born and raised in Chicago, Tanisha Pusley, affectionately known as Tookie by her family, grew up in an environment that shaped her future dedication
Just
to public
trying to.
service. Her mother, Dr. Sharon
And if y'all
Pusley,
know anybody
instilled
got
in her
channels on the
strong
outside of
values
this
of
sector, if y'all
education,
can ask them to
community
share my
service, and
content,
personal
I appreciate
integrity
that
from an
also.
early age. Under her mother's guidance, Tanisha developed a deep understanding of the importance of helping others and standing up for what's right. Her brother, Dandre Jenkins, often spoke of Tanisha's early determination to make a difference in people's lives, a trait that would later define her career choice. These formative years in
Thank you
Chicago
so much, Shay
laid the
Shay, for
foundation
engaging.
for
I
her future
appreciate it.
path in law enforcement. The diverse urban environment of Chicago exposed her to various social issues and community dynamics, experiences that would prove invaluable in her future role as a law enforcement officer. Tanisha's pursuit of higher education brought her to Alabama State University, where she majored in criminal justice. During her time at ASU, she distinguished herself both academically and athletically, becoming a valued member of the university's bowling team. This balance of academic excellence and athletic discipline showcased her commitment to personal growth and team collaboration. Her coursework in criminal justice provided her with a comprehensive understanding of law enforcement principles, criminal behavior patterns, and the importance of community-oriented policing. Professors remembered her as a student who consistently engaged in meaningful discussions about law enforcement reform and community relations. Beyond her studies, Tanisha actively participated in campus organizations focused on public service and criminal justice reform. Her academic achievements and leadership qualities at ASU set the stage for her successful transition into professional law enforcement. In 2016, Tanisha Pugsley joined the Montgomery Police Department, marking the beginning of a distinguished career in law enforcement. As a detective, she earned recognition for her professional approach to investigations and her ability to build trust within the communities she served. Her colleagues at MPD noted her exceptional skill in handling sensitive cases and her commitment to thorough, detailed investigative work. She developed particular expertise in cases involving vulnerable populations, bringing a combination of professional rigor and genuine empathy to her duties. In the department, Tanisha became known for her proactive approach to community policing. She regularly participated in departmental outreach programs, fostering positive relationships between law enforcement and local residents. Her contributions helped strengthen the bond between the police department and Montgomery's diverse communities. Outside her official duties, Tanisha devoted significant time to community service through her work with Transformation Montgomery. This nonprofit organization focused on creating positive change through affordable housing initiatives and educational programs. Her involvement directly impacted families seeking stable housing solutions and children needing educational support. At the Sequel Group home, Tanisha established herself as a trusted mentor to young girls, many of whom faced challenging circumstances. She shared her experiences and knowledge, guiding them toward positive life choices and educational opportunities. Her dedication to mentorship reflected her belief in early intervention and positive role modeling. Through her social media presence, Tanisha extended her community impact by sharing crucial safety information and advocating for women's empowerment. She emphasized the importance of personal safety training and consistently encouraged women to take proactive steps in protecting themselves. Brandon Webster entered Tanisha Pusley's life during what appeared to be a normal courtship. Their relationship progressed to the point where they shared a residence, a decision that would later prove consequential. Despite Tanisha's professional training in recognizing warning signs, the initial phases of their relationship showed no obvious indicators of the violence that would follow. As a detective who had handled domestic violence cases, Tanisha understood the complexities of abusive relationships. Yet her own situation demonstrated how personal relationships can cloud judgment, even for those trained to identify dangerous patterns. The facade of normalcy in their relationship began to crack as Webster's behavior shifted from attentive partner to controlling presence. Their shared living arrangement, rather than strengthening their bond, became the setting where Webster's true nature emerged. The proximity allowed him to exert increasing control over Tanisha's daily life, a common pattern in domestic abuse situations.
Hold on.
Fine and chill.
I'm gonna read your comment
Taking your
1
girl on
minute,
your own
baby.
budget
Let me
and on
just
cloud nine.
get
Let
this
Fine and
because I
Chill
can't stand
become
these
your everyday
commercials.
state of
They
mind.
pop up all the time.
That would ultimately lead to
Okay.
devastating
Hi,
consequences.
Misty. I'm glad
The
to be able
deterioration
to
of their relationship
watch your live. It's
manifested
been
through
a
increasingly
while
abusive
since the
behaviors.
last time I came
Webster's
by.
actions
Thank
followed
you
a
for the
concerted progression
information
that
you
began with
share for
attempts to
awareness.
control
Oh, you're
Tanisha's
welcome,
daily
baby.
activities and social
You're welcome. And
interactions.
thank you for coming by
His
again.
behavior soon
Hey,
evolved into more
Deshay.
overt forms of abuse, creating an environment of constant tension and fear. Despite her professional experience with domestic violence cases, Tanisha found herself navigating the complex dynamics of an abusive
Yes.
relationship. Webster employed tactics
Hi,
common
Miss
to
Beverly.
domestic abusers, isolating his victim, undermining her confidence, and creating an atmosphere of unpredictability. His actions became more forceful and intimidating, particularly when Tanisha attempted to establish boundaries or assert her independence. The situation intensified when Webster began appearing at her residence uninvited, a clear indication that he refused to respect her personal space and autonomy. His intrusive behavior extended to monitoring her movements and demanding explanations for her daily activities, demonstrating classic patterns of coercive control. One particularly alarming incident occurred when Webster's aggression endangered not only Tanisha, but also an infant. During this confrontation, Webster struck Tanisha twice in the head while she was holding a 5-month-old baby, causing her to lose her grip. This event marked a significant escalation in the severity of his violent behavior and demonstrated his complete disregard for the safety of others. The physical assaults continued to increase in both frequency and intensity. Webster's attacks often targeted areas that wouldn't be immediately visible to others, a common tactic used by abusers to avoid detection. His violence was calculated, occurring in private spaces where Tanisha had limited access to immediate help or witnesses. These incidents represented more than isolated outbursts. They formed a pattern of deliberate intimidation and control. Each attack served to reinforce Webster's dominance over Tanisha, while simultaneously making it more difficult for her to seek help or escape the situation. Webster's campaign of intimidation extended beyond physical violence to include systematic harassment and theft of Tanisha's personal property. He repeatedly took items from her home without permission, using this tactic to maintain control and create ongoing instability in her life. These thefts ranged from personal belongings to items essential for her work. His harassment took multiple forms, including incessant text messages and phone calls at all hours. Webster would flood her phone with messages, alternating between threats and attempts at manipulation. When Tanisha didn't respond, he would escalate his behavior by appearing at her workplace or residence unexpectedly. The harassment intensified after Tanisha attempted to distance herself from the relationship. Webster's actions became more aggressive and unpredictable,
Yeah, Lisa, that's true.
leading to a constant state of anxiety for Tanisha. His behavior demonstrated the classic pattern of an abuser refusing to accept the end of a relationship, instead choosing to escalate his controlling tactics through intimidation and fear. On May 22, 2020, Tanisha Pugsley took formal legal action by filing a protection order against Brandon Webster. Her petition detailed an extensive pattern of abuse, including physical assaults, threats, and persistent harassment. The documentation submitted to the court outlined specific incidents that demonstrated the immediate danger Webster posed to her safety. In her filing, Tanisha provided comprehensive evidence of Webster's threatening behavior, including documentation of his unauthorized entries into her residence and instances of physical violence. She specifically requested that Webster be prohibited from any form of contact, and crucially, asked for an order requiring him to surrender all firearms, a request that would later prove pivotal. The filing process demonstrated Tanisha's understanding of legal protections and her professional commitment to following proper procedures for securing her safety. The court reviewed Tanisha's protection order request in June 2020, examining the evidence she presented regarding Webster's threatening behavior. During the proceedings, the court considered multiple documented incidents, including the assault that endangered both Tanisha and an infant. The evidence demonstrated a clear pattern of escalating violence and harassment. Throughout the hearing process, Tanisha provided detailed testimony about Webster's conduct, supported by documentation of his repeated violations of her personal space and safety. The court examined the severity of his actions, particularly focusing on incidents where he had demonstrated aggressive behavior and made threats against her well-being. On June 19, 2020, after reviewing all evidence, the court reached its decision. While granting most of Tanisha's requests, one crucial element of her petition remained unaddressed: the surrender of Webster's firearms. The protection order, granted on June 19, 2020, established specific legal boundaries that Webster was required to follow. The court mandated that he cease all forms of harassment and maintain...
Shay and Lisa, yes, I agree.
...placing Tanisha in reasonable fear of bodily injury. The order explicitly prohibited any direct or indirect contact through phone calls, text messages, or third parties. However, a critical element of Tanisha's request went unfulfilled. The court did not require Webster to surrender his firearms.
That was a failure to her as a police
Significantly
officer.
the protective measures, as Webster maintained access to weapons despite his documented history of violence. The order included standard provisions for law enforcement intervention if Webster violated any of its terms, but without the firearms restriction, its effectiveness was compromised. At this critical juncture in Tanisha's story, we must pause to consider the implications of protection orders and their enforcement. How effective are these legal safeguards? We invite you to share your experiences or insights in the comments below. Your perspective could help others facing similar situations. As we
I don't think some of the protective orders does anything, because those fools will still come back. You know what I'm saying? Some won't because they're scared. But dangerous men like these narcissists, they'll come back. They don't respect anything.
As we continue with this account, you'll discover how the absence of a firearms restriction in the protection order played a crucial role in the events that followed. Our upcoming Unbiased Take section will examine the systemic challenges in enforcing protection orders, particularly when firearms are involved. If you find this information valuable, please consider sharing this video with others who might benefit from understanding these legal
Narcissists have no
processes.
boundaries.
Remember to subscribe and enable notifications to stay informed about similar cases that highlight critical gaps in our protective systems. In the days preceding July 6, 2020, Tanisha Pugsley maintained her regular work schedule at the Montgomery Police Department while adhering to standard safety protocols. She had taken precautions at her residence in the Park Lake neighborhood of Montgomery, following the protective measures outlined in her court order. On the evening of July 5th, Tanisha was at her home on Overview Drive with a guest. The presence of another person in her residence aligned with common safety recommendations for individuals with active protection orders. She had followed proper security measures, securing her home according to standard procedures. The night proceeded without initial incident until approximately 2:15 a.m. on July 6th, when Brandon Webster, armed with an AR-style rifle, forcibly entered her residence, violating the active protection order. His unauthorized entry immediately created a life-threatening situation. Upon encountering Tanisha and her guest in the residence, Webster initiated a confrontation, brandishing the weapon in a clear violation of the protection order. A physical struggle ensued when the guest attempted to disarm Webster, recognizing the immediate danger to both their lives. During this confrontation, the guest managed to engage Webster in a brief struggle over control of the firearm, creating a momentary diversion that would prove crucial in the sequence of events. The confrontation moved through multiple areas of the residence, with Webster maintaining control of the weapon throughout the encounter. The guest present during the incident demonstrated remarkable composure under the life-threatening circumstances. During the struggle over the firearm, they managed to create enough of a distraction to find an opportunity to escape. Upon breaking free from the confrontation, the witness immediately fled the residence to seek help, understanding the gravity of the situation. This witness's escape proved crucial, as they were able to alert authorities about the ongoing situation. Their first-hand account would later provide law enforcement with vital details about Webster's actions and the sequence of events that
Thank you,
unfolded
Miss
that night.
Beverly.
Their testimony became instrumental in the subsequent investigation.
Exactly,
and legal
Miss J.
proceedings. However, in the critical moments after the witness's escape, Webster turned his attention solely to Tanisha, who remained trapped inside the residence. Webster
I
confronted
know that's right,
Tanisha
Miss Shay
directly,
Shay.
shooting her in the chest. Montgomery Police Department officers responded to the scene immediately after receiving the alert. Upon arrival, they found Tanisha with fatal injuries. Despite their rapid response, medical personnel pronounced her deceased at the scene. The Montgomery Police Department initiated an immediate response protocol. Law enforcement officials secured the crime scene while the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force began their pursuit of Webster. The department also implemented their officer down procedures, notifying key personnel and providing support to responding officers who discovered one of their own. Mayor Stephen Reed and MPD leadership responded swiftly to honor their fallen officer. The department placed black mourning wreaths on the doors of MPD headquarters, and city officials ordered flags lowered to half-staff in recognition of Tanisha's service and sacrifice. The U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force apprehended Brandon Webster following an intensive search operation. Their swift action in locating and arresting him prevented any possibility of flight from jurisdiction. Upon his arrest, Webster faced immediate charges reflecting the severity of his actions: 2 counts of capital murder, one for committing the act during a burglary and another for violating the protection order. Law enforcement officials also charged Webster with attempted murder related to his actions toward the witness present during the incident.
Get matched today with the tax expert who's just right for your situation. They'll do your taxes from start to finish, and you can work with the same expert year after year with TurboTax Live Full Service.
Boy, some of these men is very violent. The controlling, the manipulation, the gaslighting, all that is just so out of control. They don't have no boundaries. None of that.
Following his arrest, the court ordered Webster held without bond on the capital murder charges, while setting a $150,000 bond for the attempted murder.
Hey, Miss Lewis.
The prosecution built their case on multiple elements: the violation of the active protection order, the premeditated nature of Webster's actions, and the attempted assault on the witness. Key evidence included documentation of the protection order violation, forensic analysis of the crime scene, and testimony from the witness present during the incident. The district attorney's office presented a comprehensive case detailing Webster's pattern of escalating behavior leading up to the fatal night. They emphasized his deliberate choice to bring an AR-style rifle to Tanisha's residence and his conscious decision to violate the protection order, demonstrating clear intent and premeditation in his actions. The Montgomery Police Department responded to the loss of Detective Tanisha Pusley with formal honors befitting a fallen officer. Chief Ernest Finley led the department's response, implementing immediate protocols to honor her service. Fellow officers established an informal memorial at her desk, celebrating her contributions to the department and community. The loss particularly affected her immediate colleagues, who spoke of her dedication to public service and her commitment to community-oriented policing. On July 10, 2020, over 100 MPD officers, community members, and family gathered for a candlelight vigil to honor Tanisha Pusley's life and service. Chief Ernest Finley addressed the assembled mourners, highlighting her dedication to law enforcement and community service. During the vigil, colleagues shared personal memories of working with Tanisha, emphasizing her positive impact on the department and the lives she touched. Dr. Sharon Pusley, Tanisha's mother, spoke movingly about her daughter's commitment to public service and her vision for community policing. The gathering provided a space for collective mourning and remembrance. In July 2021, Transformation Montgomery dedicated a pavilion and bench in Tanisha's honor, recognizing her volunteer work with the organization. The memorial site serves as a permanent tribute to her commitment to community service and affordable housing initiatives. Dr. Sharon Pusley established Tookie's Voice, a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting domestic violence victims and honoring those lost to such tragedies. In October 2023, the organization unveiled a peace garden at 2625 Lower Wetumpka Road in Montgomery, creating a space for reflection and healing while raising awareness about domestic violence prevention. The Montgomery Police Department continues to honor Detective Pusley's legacy through annual remembrance ceremonies and departmental training initiatives, focusing on officer safety and domestic violence awareness. Her story has become an integral part of the department's training curriculum, educating new officers about the importance of protection orders and personal safety. Local law enforcement organizations regularly collaborate with Tookie's Voice
to
I
agree.
Provide resources and support for officers facing domestic violence situations. The Peace Garden serves as an active community space, hosting regular events that combine domestic violence education with community outreach programs, ensuring that Tanisha's impact continues to create positive change in Montgomery. The trial of Brandon Webster commenced in August 2023. With prosecutors presenting evidence of Webster's premeditated actions. The court examined detailed testimony from the surviving witness who provided a first-hand account of the events leading to Tanisha's death. The prosecution established a clear timeline, demonstrating how Webster violated the protection order by entering Tanisha's residence armed with an AR-style rifle. The defense team's arguments were systematically countered by forensic evidence and expert testimony. Throughout the proceedings, the prosecution maintained focus on Webster's deliberate choices, his decision to arm himself, his forced entry into the residence, and his actions toward both Tanisha and the witness. In August 2023, the jury reached their verdict, finding Brandon Webster guilty on all charges. The court convicted him of 2 counts of capital murder. 1 count for committing the murder during a burglary and another for violating the active protection order at the time of the offense. Additionally, the jury found him guilty of first-degree attempted assault for his actions against the witness. The court sentenced Webster to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the capital murder convictions. For the attempted assault charge, he received an additional 10-year prison sentence. The sentencing concluded the legal proceedings, providing a measure of justice for Tanisha's family and the law enforcement community.
iExcel is helping 15 million students succeed in math and language arts. On iExcel, your child can stay on track or get ahead by
I'll tell you.
The case of Detective Tanisha Pusely highlights critical concerns about domestic violence within law enforcement communities. Research indicates that officers face unique challenges when becoming victims of domestic abuse, particularly regarding reporting and seeking protection. The professional dynamics of law enforcement can create additional barriers to accessing help. Officers who experience domestic violence often encounter complex pressures related to their professional status. These pressures include concerns about career impact, fear of judgment from colleagues, and the potential effect on their ability to perform their duties. Additionally, their training and professional experience with domestic violence cases can paradoxically make it more difficult to acknowledge their own victimization. Recent data reveals concerning patterns regarding domestic violence within law enforcement communities. Reports from the United Kingdom indicate that police officers and staff faced approximately 700 domestic abuse allegations within a 3-year period, averaging more than 4 incidents per week. However, experts suggest these numbers significantly underrepresent the actual prevalence. The conviction rates present an equally troubling picture. In England and Wales, only 3.9% of reported cases against police officers resulted in convictions, compared to 6.2% in the general population. This disparity indicates potential systemic issues in how these cases are handled, particularly when the accused holds a position within law enforcement. Law enforcement officers who experience domestic violence face distinct institutional barriers. Access to support services becomes complicated by professional relationships and department dynamics. Officers may hesitate to report abuse when it involves a colleague, fearing professional repercussions or damaged relationships within their department. The existing reporting structures often fail to provide adequate protection for officer victims. Department policies may not address the specific challenges officers face when reporting abuse, particularly regarding confidentiality and protection from retaliation. Additionally, when officers report abuse by colleagues, they frequently encounter resistance within their departments, leading to potential career impacts and workplace isolation. Police departments across the country have begun implementing new approaches to address domestic violence within law enforcement. The National Police Chiefs Council and Crown Prosecution Service developed comprehensive plans to enhance accountability and improve case handling. These initiatives focus on creating independent reporting channels and ensuring impartial investigations. Several departments have adopted specialized protocols for cases involving officer victims. These include establishing dedicated units staffed by officers from outside jurisdictions to handle investigations, implementing mandatory training programs on officer-involved domestic violence, and creating confidential support services.
Now, y'all, I do feel that they felt her in a way of the restraint order for him to turn in the weapons. So I feel that part, they felt her in that part. You know, because she turned in all the proof and everything that he was violent, you know, and he was controlling, he was abusive. You know what I'm saying? So with all of that, I felt like it was enough evidence for them to ask him to report all his to turn in all his weapons. So I felt that part. They did fail her in that part. Now, not saying, you know, maybe he would have went and got another one. Who knows? But at least they could have said, well, we did our part. We asked him to turn in all of his weapons. You know, and again, when men and women, they use power, they lose their power, they lose their control. They get very aggressive, you know, and it be the red flags there. You know, it be there, you know, and sometimes women are so caught up, meaning they're so in love with the guy, they does see the red flags, but they ignore the red flags because sometimes men/women would say, okay, maybe we can work this out. We can make things better. We're married. We have this, we have that, and then, one of the partners may say, okay, and they continue to keep going back, which they shouldn't go back. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes it does happen like that. It really does happen like that.
Specifically for law enforcement personnel experiencing abuse. Detective Tanisha Tookie Pugsley's legacy continues to influence positive change in the Montgomery community. Through Tookie's voice, established by her mother, Dr. Sharon Pugsley, her impact extends beyond law enforcement to address systemic issues surrounding domestic violence. The organization provides crucial support services to victims while advocating for stronger protective measures and legislative reforms. The Peace Garden stands as more than a memorial. It serves as an active community resource center where educational programs and support services converge. Regular gatherings at this location bring together law enforcement, community organizations, and domestic violence prevention advocates to develop comprehensive approaches to victim protection. Tanisha's professional dedication lives on through departmental training initiatives that emphasize the importance of thorough domestic violence response protocols. Her case has prompted necessary discussions about strengthening protection order requirements, particularly regarding firearms restrictions. As we conclude this examination of Detective Pugsley's story, your engagement can help create meaningful change. Please consider sharing this video to raise awareness about domestic violence within law enforcement communities. The Unbiased Take section we discussed reveals critical systemic issues that demand attention and reform. For those seeking to make a difference, we encourage you to share your thoughts in the comments about improving protection order effectiveness.
So let's see. I mean, I felt like, he should have turned his weapon in. He just shouldn't have had it. It was just a lot of red flags already there. He was very controlling. Very, very controlling. I'm gonna do a lot of videos next week on narcissistic families, men, women. So I'm gonna take the weekend and do a lot of that. Okay, now, this man, Lord Jesus. Hold on. Okay, I think this could be a good one here. Let me know if y'all like the videos. But we're going to get into a lot of stuff like this next week, too.
Matching. The sound you hear if your employer matches your 401k contribution. It's free money, so take advantage. Click the link for more money wisdom.
It's just so dangerous out here now. You just don't know who you're dealing with. I mean, you can be with a man 10, 15, 20 years, and you still don't know everything about him. You may think you do, but you don't. And a lot of people, I would say, I know everything about my man, about my husband. No, you think you do.
August 4th, 2024, began like any other summer morning in Hoffman, North Carolina. Neighbors along McCoy Drive heard the familiar sounds of children playing and a baby crying from the Neely household. By nightfall, those same neighbors would witness police cars flooding their quiet street, responding to gunshots that shattered the evening calm. Inside the master bedroom of the modest home, officers discovered a scene that would forever change 3 young lives. Kenesha Neely, 34, and her husband Sheldon Moses Neely, 46, were both dead. Their infant daughter Kamari, just weeks old, and Kenesha's 2 older daughters were left without a mother whose only crime was believing too deeply in second chances.
Hey, Erica, I didn't see you come in.
In the power of love to transform a man with a violent past. Born into a close-knit family in Memphis, Tennessee, Kenesha Miranda Harrison built her life on determination and hard work. As a single mother of 2 daughters, she pushed through challenges to earn her healthcare administration degree and establish herself as a licensed bail bondsman. Her Facebook posts painted the picture of a woman who
Okay,
radiated
she had a good little
positivity,
career.
always searching for the good in others. In 2019, a message from an inmate named Moses Neely would change her life's direction. Despite his extensive criminal record and ongoing prison sentence, Kanesha saw potential where others saw danger. Her unwavering belief in transformation led her to marry him while he was still incarcerated.
Oh no, that's a red flag. That was a mistake.
Set in motion a chain
Okay,
of events
so let me just stop that right there.
August night.
Okay, so that was a mistake, and I know how he got in contact with her. She was a bail bondsman. Because when you're in jail, you can call the bail bondsmen, and the bail bondsmen reach out to your family and tell your family how much to bail, how much they put up, how much they need, what type of paperwork they need. So this is how this criminal came in contact with this lady. But that was a red flag on her behalf, because being that he was already in jail, you already know his charges because you are a bail bondsman. You understand what I'm saying? So everything you need to know about him is right there for you to see and know. So all depends on what his charges was. I don't think I would have dealt with him. Okay. And then the second red flag right off bat, that you married this guy while he was in jail. You didn't get to know him for who he was, what his abilities was, what he liked to do, didn't do. Was he the working man? Was this his first charge? Did he have any children? How he was with his mother, his father. If he did have kids, how was he with his children? You didn't get to know anything about this man. So that was two red flags right there. That did she miss, or did she didn't care? I'm just saying, even though it doesn't take the fact away from what he did to her, period, point blank.
Before I continue with this heartbreaking story, I need a moment to talk to you, my viewers. If you've ever known someone who believed they could change a person despite glaring red flags, this story will resonate deeply.
Yeah, you can't change a person.
Below.
That's who they're going to be.
Someone you know has tried.
Maybe you may want to change them
for the best. Your experiences matter, and sharing them could help others recognize warning signs before it's too late. Also, hit that subscribe button and notification bell. This channel is dedicated to sharing these crucial stories.
Hey, Auntie Krista, love you, baby. How you feeling today?
This story, you'll witness how Kanesha's compassion and hope for redemption blinded her to escalating danger signals.
Yeah, that she got very blinded by him. Yes.
Friends and family noticed signs that are often dismissed in the name of love. By the end of this video, you'll understand how manipulation, isolation, and the illusion of change can create a deadly combination. Most importantly, you'll learn how to spot these patterns before they take root, because knowledge isn't just power. In cases like these, it can be the difference between life and death.
Yes.
Born on March 25th, 1986, in the Binghamton neighborhood of Memphis, Tennessee, Kanesha Miranda Harrison grew up surrounded by the rich culture and warmth of a traditional Southern family. The youngest among her siblings, she absorbed the strong values.
I'm doing okay, Auntie. I'm hanging in there too, baby. I'm hanging in there too with the grace of God, baby. I done seen two red flags already in this. Okay? I done seen two red flags already. We'll get into it.
Shape her character from an early age. The Binghamton community, known for its blue-collar resilience, helped mold Kanesha's work ethic. Her childhood home buzzed with family gatherings, Sunday dinners, and the kind of genuine hospitality that Memphis was known for. Through her formative years, Kanesha's family emphasized education, faith, and the importance of standing on your own 2 feet. Those who knew Kanesha during these early years remember her infectious laugh and natural ability to light up a room. She carried herself with a quiet confidence, demonstrating early signs of the determination that would later help her overcome significant life challenges. Her mother's influence particularly shaped her approach to adversity, facing difficulties head-on while maintaining grace under pressure. Kanesha's professional journey began with a clear vision of financial independence. After completing high school, she immediately enrolled in college, pursuing a degree in healthcare administration. Unlike many who struggle to balance education with work, Kanesha thrived under pressure, maintaining strong academic performance while holding down a part-time job. Her dedication paid off when she earned her healthcare administration degree, an achievement that opened doors to various career opportunities. However, Kanesha's entrepreneurial spirit led her down an unexpected path. Rather than pursuing a traditional healthcare role, she recognized a unique opportunity in the legal system. She underwent rigorous training to become a licensed bail bondsman, a career choice that combined her business acumen with her desire to help others navigate difficult situations. In the male-dominated bail bonds industry, Kanesha quickly established herself as a respected professional. Her approach to clients balanced compassion with practicality, earning her a reputation for fairness and reliability. Within a few years, Kanesha had built a steady client base in the Memphis area. Her success stemmed from her ability to assess risks while showing empathy toward clients and their families. She took pride in helping people understand the legal process, often going above and beyond to ensure they met their court obligations. While building her career, Kanesha faced her greatest challenge and joy, raising her daughters, Aaliyah and Jayla, on her own. The fathers of both girls had chosen to step away from their parental responsibilities, leaving Kanesha to navigate the complexities of parenthood solo. Yet, she approached single motherhood with the same determination that characterized every aspect of her life. Her daily routine was a masterclass in time management. Mornings began before sunrise, preparing her girls for school while organizing her work schedule. She attended every parent-teacher conference, dance recital, and school event, making sure her daughters never felt the absence of their fathers. Despite the financial strains of single parenthood, she ensured her girls participated in extracurricular activities and had the resources they needed to thrive. Weekends became sacred family time. Kanesha created traditions that bonded their small family unit: Saturday morning pancake breakfasts, Sunday afternoon craft sessions, and evening story times.
She seemed like she was a great mom.
Values she'd learned in her childhood home: resilience, independence, and the importance of education. Her social media posts often celebrated her daughter's achievements, from honor roll certificates to dance competitions, showing
that was
a
great.
mother who took immense pride in her children's accomplishments. At her core, Kanesha embodied compassion and optimism, traits that both distinguished and ultimately endangered her. Friends described her as someone who could find the silver lining in any situation, a quality that made her both an exceptional friend and a natural confidant. Her smile, warm and genuine, often masked the challenges she faced daily. Her strong spiritual foundation influenced every decision she made. She believed firmly in forgiveness, redemption, and the power of faith to transform lives. These deeply held convictions shaped her worldview, leading her to see potential in people that others might overlook. She regularly attended church services and participated in community outreach programs, teaching her daughters the importance of giving back. Kanesha's personality was magnetic. She drew people in with her authentic nature and ability to make everyone feel heard and valued. Her home became a gathering place for friends seeking advice or simply needing a compassionate ear. Perhaps most notably, she possessed an unwavering belief in second chances, a value that stemmed from her religious upbringing and life experiences, but would ultimately prove to be her most vulnerable point. In 2019, a Facebook message from inmate Sheldon Moses Neely marked the beginning of what Kanesha thought would be her love story. At 46, Moses reached out from behind bars while serving a 12-year sentence for assault with a deadly weapon.
Now, that was another red flag.
Their initial exchanges focused on his claims
that was
of
another red flag
and rehabilitation during his incarceration.
Okay, that was another red flag. Okay, the first red flag was, okay, she was a bail bondsman, for the people who don't know. Okay, so when you're a bail bondsman, again, you know, the inmates, they can call the bail bondsmen to call families or whoever, friends or whatever, to try to get them bailed out of jail. The bail bondsmen tell them, the family or friends, whatever, what the bail is, what they need, what they will put towards the bail, They have to bring in a proof of income, blah, 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 so they can, let them know what their payment's going to be every week, every 2 weeks, right? So by me saying that was a red flag for one, to not get in a relationship with him, for two, because she knew the charges. Did you just hear what he said the charges was? And he was doing a 12-year sentence for that. And you had children and not judging her or anything, but dating him should have been the last thing on your mind. A man with charges like that, no. And I can't say she was in love because she didn't know him. He was in jail. She may have thought, okay, he's in jail. I know his charges. When he come home, I can change him. No, it's very rare that you can change a person like this. Look at his age. They are set in their ways most of the time. That problem wasn't even his first time in jail. And normally when it's not a man first time in jail, that is a red flag too. He has been going to jail for multiple things off and on. He's spending 5 and 6 and 7 years in jail at a time. That's not a man that you want to date. Okay? That's just not. Then the next red flag was she married him while he was in jail. No. The next thing is she didn't even give herself time to get to know him, his family, or anybody. He was just gaslighting her, pillow talking with her. You know what I'm saying? While he was in jail. And I know he said things like, I'm going to do this when I get out of jail. I'm going to do that. We're going to have a good life. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. That's just all lies. That's what these guys tell you while they in jail. That's it and that's all. Now, it doesn't take the fact away what he did to her. Okay? He was a cold-hearted man. Period.
Digital courtship quickly intensified through prison phone calls, letters, and scheduled visits. Kenesha often made the journey to see Moses, sometimes bringing her daughters along. On social media, she shared updates about their growing connection, portraying it as a testament to looking beyond someone's past mistakes. For Moses, having access to Facebook while incarcerated provided a perfect platform to present himself as a changed man.
That's right.
His messages painted pictures of future plans, family life, and his supposed transformation. Each carefully crafted message reinforced his narrative of being a misunderstood soul who just needed someone to believe in him.
Mm-hmm. There you go. He just wanted someone to believe in him.
Contractors will soon be asking for their 1099, and your employees.
He was not coming home to be a changed man. He was the same person. He was the same person that he always was.
Kenesha, with her natural inclination towards seeing the best in others, became his most dedicated supporter. From behind prison walls, Moses orchestrated a calculated seduction that preyed on Kenesha's deepest desires. He studied her social media posts, learning her dreams of a complete family unit, then crafted his messages to align perfectly with
he preyed on him.
His letters brimmed with promises of becoming the father figure her daughters needed and the supportive husband she deserved. During supervised visits, he performed the role of reformed inmate flawlessly. He spoke of plans to attend church together, help with homework, and build a stable home life.
See?
Hitting every note that resonated with
I
Kenesha's
just said
hopes.
that. He was telling her things he was going to do.
He portrayed himself as a
And she
protective
and she liked
someone
that
who
because she
would
was looking for a
finally
good
find the
man.
void in their lives.
But she should have known that was not a good
Phone
man.
calls, Moses expertly balanced vulnerability with strength, sharing carefully selected stories about his past that painted him as a victim of circumstances rather than the architect of his own troubles. He claimed that meeting Kenesha had given him purpose, describing her as his angel of redemption.
Gaslighting.
Each conversation reinforced his narrative of transformation, while skillfully avoiding any deep discussion of his violent history. The prison wedding on December 17, 2021 became Kanisha's proudest moment.
Please let us
Though it
get
bore
to know
little
someone
resemblance to the
first
fairy
before
tale
marrying
ceremony
it.
most brides dream
Can
of.
be a life
Her daughter
and
stood
death.
witness alongside
Never
fellow
move in
inmates
with
in a
him,
Stark prison
especially in
visiting
jail.
area.
No way.
Kanisha
Yes,
wore a simple
Brittany.
white dress, her face beaming with hope as she said "I do" to a man still bound by institutional constraints. She shared every detail on Facebook, posting photos that captured her radiant smile while carefully cropping out the prison setting. Her social media transformed into a countdown to Moses' release, filled with plans for their future. She wrote about booking a 5-night stay at an Atlantic City resort for their delayed honeymoon and renovating their future home. In the months following their marriage, Kanisha poured her energy into preparing for Moses' release.
See, that was another red flag she did.
Redecorated
You know,
rooms, and
that was
coordinated
another
wedding
red
home
flag. Well,
celebrations.
she messed up
Her
at.
posts
For
spoke of
one,
becoming an
hold on.
unstoppable power couple, sharing dreams of building a business together and expanding their family.
For one, preparing for him to come home, buying things that he needed before he came home. Okay, spending money for their honeymoon. Okay, all those things was wrong. For one, you shouldn't even marry him while he was in jail. You should have waited till this man came home to see what this man really was for you. Even though if he had those charges, you know what I'm saying? But you didn't have no strings attached to him. Even before you started having him around your children, you know? Because when you are in jail, that's just that jail talk when it comes to some of these men, you know, because they're looking for someone to take care of him. You know what I'm saying? He started taking control, even though he wasn't physically home with her, he was in control, you know, meaning he was going looking on her Facebook, you know what I'm saying? Stalking her Facebook, you know, seeing what she was doing, you know. She was posting him up there. Those are things that he was liking. He was enjoying that because he knew already what she wanted. He didn't really want that. He knew that already. He knew that from day one when he met her. He only was looking for what she can give and what she already had. That's what he was looking for. He wasn't looking for no relationship. He only married her to make things look good, like he really wanted her and loved her. But she should have known, how can he love me? He don't know me. I don't know him. She should have never started taking her children to that jail to visit him. That was a no-no. And I understand that your kid's father had walked out of your life. He was not around. You know, you wanted to get married and have someone, a father figure in your children's life. But I felt at this point, you did it the wrong way. You did it the wrong way. You know, so I mean, that was just my take on that. I just feel like there was a lot of red flags there.
Every preparation reflected her unshakable belief that their love story would overcome any obstacle. Behind Kanisha's joyful posts,
the thing is, Lisa, I don't know if you heard me. Hold on, let me stop it.
Her sibling.
The thing is, Lisa, she didn't have to do a background check on him. She didn't have to do it because she already had it. She was a bail bondsman. Okay? So I know we all know about bail bondsmen. You probably missed that part. But she was a bail bondsman. So when you are a bail bondsman, right? Inmates can call the bail bondsman to reach out to friends, families, mother, fathers, you know, to see if they can get someone to use a bail bondsman to bail them out. As long as they got the right paperwork, they got the money. Sometimes you need 3 co-signers, sometimes 3, 4. All depends on the charges. So as a bail bondsman, you knows the charges. You know the charges as a bail bondsman because you have to relate to the family what the charges is, this and that. You know what I'm saying? So she didn't have to do a background check on him because everything was right there in her face.
And close friends tried repeatedly to highlight the risks of marrying an incarcerated man with a violent past. They pointed to Moses' long list of convictions. questioning how someone with multiple assault charges could truly reform through prison correspondence.
I think a lot of women should do that.
During family gatherings,
well, you know,
conversations
some
turned
may
tense
not want to
when
do it,
discussing
but
her
I think it's a
relationship.
good thing.
Close friends
And then
who worked in
sometimes,
law
Lisa, I don't know,
enforcement
but
shared
sometimes
their
they give you a
professional
fake name.
experiences with similar situations, warning her about common manipulation tactics used by inmates. Her older brother even offered to run a detailed background check, revealing the full extent of Moses' criminal history.
Yeah, some men will give you a fake name, but I mean, you probably can still, you know, look something up with that fake name. That real name may come up with it.
But Kanesha met each concern with unwavering defense of her choices. She dismissed their warnings as judgment, gradually distancing herself from those who questioned her decision. When family members expressed fear for her daughter's safety, she accused them of not believing in redemption. The more her loved ones tried to intervene, the more determined she became to prove them wrong, inadvertently isolating herself from her strongest support system. Moses Neely's first encounter with the law came in 1994, when courts convicted him of property damage and drug possession with intent to sell. Rather than serving as a wake-up call, this initial conviction marked the beginning of a 25-year streak of increasingly serious crimes. By 1995, he violated probation, resulting in a 3-year prison sentence. Upon release in 1997, his record expanded to include charges of resisting arrest, assault, and driving with a revoked license.
Damn, she shouldn't have wanted him.
Escalating pattern of
She had everything on him right there because she was the bail woman. She could have looked up all his back records. Everything would have came up for her.
With a deadly weapon with intent to kill. The charge carried additional weight due to his status as a felon in possession of a firearm. This incident led to the 12-year sentence during which he would meet Kanesha. Throughout his incarceration, Moses accumulated multiple disciplinary infractions, suggesting his claimed transformation existed only in his letters to Kanesha. Behind Moses' love letters and promises lurked a consistent pattern of violence that prison walls couldn't contain. His assault charges revealed a man who resorted to physical force as his primary response to conflict. Court records showed that even minor disagreements often ended in violent confrontations. Former associates who testified in his cases described him as someone who carefully selected his targets, often choosing victims who were unlikely to report his actions. In domestic situations, he displayed a pattern of controlling behavior that frequently escalated to physical abuse. Multiple restraining orders from previous relationships painted a clear picture of his inability to maintain peaceful relationships. The assault that led to his 12-year sentence particularly demonstrated his capacity for calculated violence. After a minor dispute, he waited hours before attacking his victim with a weapon, showing premeditation rather than impulse. During his incarceration, prison records
Thank you, Mama
documented numerous
Dudes.
fights
Thank you.
with fellow
Appreciate your
inmates
support.
and
Thank you.
confrontations with guards,
And thank you so
contradicting
much
his
for
claims to Kanesha about finding
listening to the
and
stories.
changing his
I
ways.
appreciate that.
This is where I need to pause
Thank
our
you,
story
Lisa.
and speak directly to you, our viewers. What you've just heard about Moses' history isn't just a list of crimes. It's a roadmap of warning signs. If you've noticed similar patterns in someone's past, pause this video and share it in the comments below. Your comment could be the wake-up call someone else needs. Think about someone in your life who might be romanticizing a relationship with a person showing these behavior patterns. They need to see this video. Hit that share button right now. You never know whose life you might save. Your share could be the difference between someone recognizing these warning signs early or becoming another tragic headline. Remember, supporting this channel helps us continue sharing these crucial stories. Subscribe and hit that notification bell to join our community dedicated to preventing similar tragedies. Every like, comment, and share helps spread awareness about the importance of recognizing these dangerous patterns. Looking objectively at Moses' history, clear warning signals emerged that went far beyond typical rough past scenarios.
That's true, Lisa.
His violent offenses showed a steady progression in severity, a classic indicator that rehabilitation claims rarely hold true. The consistency of his violent behavior, spanning decades, demonstrated this wasn't youthful misconduct, but an established behavioral pattern. His social media outreach to Kenesha, while incarcerated, reflected a calculated approach to finding targets outside prison walls, creating an idealized fantasy of future family life while systematically minimizing his violent history, showed manipulation rather than genuine reform. Most telling was his ability to maintain two conflicting narratives, presenting himself as reformed to Kenesha while continuing aggressive behavior within the prison system. The timing of his proposals, twice during his incarceration, suggested urgency to secure a commitment before Kenesha could witness his true nature in person. His push for marriage
Lisa crazy.
prevented her from seeing
It'll
his
be okay,
daily
Lisa.
behaviors
It'll be
and
okay.
reactions to stress, crucial information for any potential partner.
You know, all men not the same. We just got to be careful.
A coordinated pattern of deception designed to ensure
I know it can become very scary.
Before his release. September 12, 2022, marked Moses' release from prison, a day Kenesha celebrated across her social media platforms with photos and heartfelt captions about new beginnings. The first few weeks seemed to validate her unwavering faith in their relationship. Moses played the role of devoted husband, accompanying Kenesha and her daughters on family outings, attending church services, and expressing gratitude for his second chance. Their Atlantic City honeymoon appeared picture-perfect in the photos Kenesha shared. Walks on the boardwalk, romantic dinners, and tender moments that seemed to promise the fairy tale ending she'd dreamed about. Her posts overflowed with optimism about their future together, highlighting every small moment that supported her belief in Moses' transformation. Friends noted how Kenesha glowed during these early days, convinced that her patience and dedication had paid off. She proudly introduced Moses to her social circle, eager to prove that her faith in him had been justified. Each seemingly normal domestic moment, family dinners, watching TV together, grocery shopping, reinforced her belief that they were building the life she had envisioned.
Those with Robinhood Gold can enjoy a 3% IRA.
I don't like that for women. I really don't. You know, she was just looking for a good man, but this was not
Chinese
the
products.
one.
You know those little things will shatter.
His background was terrible.
By early 2023, Kenesha made the life-altering decision to relocate her family to Hoffman, North Carolina. She purchased a modest home on McCoy Drive, viewing the small-town setting as the perfect backdrop for their fresh start. Far from Memphis's familiar faces and their skeptical warnings about Moses. The move meant leaving behind her established bail bonds career, her support network, and the only community her daughters had ever known.
Wow.
Yet Kenesha portrayed it as an
that was a red flag.
Sharing photos of their new home and the quiet neighborhood streets where her children would play. She threw herself into creating their new life, enrolling her daughters in local schools and transforming their house into a home. Her social media posts showcased newly decorated rooms, family dinners in their eat-in kitchen, and Moses appearing to settle into domestic life. The physical distance from Memphis seemed to energize Kenesha, who believed the isolation would allow their relationship to flourish without outside interference. Each post emphasized their supposed progress, carefully curated to show a family thriving in their new environment. The first cracks in Moses' reformed facade appeared within weeks of their relocation. His resistance to basic responsibilities, job hunting, helping with household chores, or engaging with the children, contradicted his prison promises of becoming a family man. Instead, he spent days idle, showing little interest in contributing to their new life. Moses struggled with fundamental aspects of free society that most take for granted. Simple tasks like grocery shopping or waiting in line would trigger disproportionate anger. His institutional mindset persisted. He treated their home like a prison yard, establishing rigid territories and reacting defensively to minor intrusions into his space. Kenesha's daughters noticed the shift first. They began walking on eggshells around their stepfather, whose mood could switch from calm to confrontational without warning. When Kenesha's oldest daughter mentioned feeling uncomfortable around Moses, Kenesha dismissed it as an adjustment period. She doubled down on her efforts to maintain harmony, making excuses for his behavior and working harder to anticipate triggers that might upset him. By spring 2023, the facade of domestic bliss began crumbling. Moses showed increasing hostility toward the structure and routine of family life. Small disagreements about household expenses or parenting decisions would trigger explosive outbursts. His institutional behaviors intensified, hoarding food in his room, refusing to share common spaces, and reacting aggressively to any perceived challenge to his authority. Neighbors began noticing raised voices coming from the Neely home with increasing frequency. Moses' inability to hold a job added financial strain to their relationship. When Kenesha questioned his lack of effort in finding employment, he responded with intimidation tactics, slamming doors, punching walls, and making vague threats about her questioning his manhood.
This is how my childhood
Despite
best
these
friend
escalating
mother
signs, Kenesha's
was.
social media remained
Always my
carefully
mother
curated,
best friend.
showing only moments
Lost
of
her
shared
life.
harmony.
Ooh,
She
really?
worked harder to maintain this illusion, even as Moses grew more
I'm
controlling.
sorry to hear that, Mama
He began
Dukes.
monitoring her phone, questioning her about social media posts, and gradually isolating her from remaining.
See, for one, he was institutionalized.
Each concession she made to keep peace pushed her further into a dangerous cycle of dependency. The facade shattered in mid-December 2023 when Moses' violence reached a terrifying peak. After drinking heavily, he launched into a brutal physical assault on Kenesha inside their home. The attack quickly escalated as he trapped her in their bedroom, choking her while her daughters witnessed the horror unfold. In a desperate act of survival, Kenesha managed to access her handgun during the struggle. She fired a single shot into Moses' leg, temporarily disabling him until law enforcement arrived. The immediate aftermath saw Moses arrested and charged with domestic assault, seemingly ending their dangerous living situation. The incident report detailed the severity of Kenesha's injuries and the traumatic impact on her daughters who witnessed the attack. Yet despite the clear danger Moses posed, Kenesha's commitment to preserving their marriage led to an alarming decision. Within days, she posted his modest $3,000 bond, allowing him to return home.
Wow.
Her social media quickly resumed its carefully curated narrative of marital happiness, as if the violent assault had never occurred. In the wake of the December assault, Kenesha announced her pregnancy, presenting it as proof their relationship was meant to endure. Her social media posts shifted to focus on baby preparations and future plans, seemingly pushing aside the recent violence. She portrayed the pregnancy as a new chapter that would strengthen their bond and finally complete their family unit. However, on Valentine's Day 2024, Kenesha shared devastating news. She had suffered a miscarriage. Her posts revealed raw emotional pain, yet she continued defending Moses, who showed little support during this traumatic time. Instead of recognizing his emotional detachment as another warning sign, Kenesha channeled her grief into an even stronger determination to have his child. Despite concerns from medical professionals about the risks of another pregnancy so soon after the miscarriage, Kenesha became pregnant again by early spring 2024. She approached this pregnancy with fierce determination.
Oh, wow, Mama Dukes. Wow.
Disconnected from the process, missing prenatal appointments, and showing minimal interest in preparations for the baby's arrival. On June 23, 2024, Kamari entered the world at 30 weeks, requiring immediate intensive neonatal care.
You won't find confidence on any list of SUV features.
This man was very violent. He was very violent.
During the baby's extended hospital stay, Moses' behavior revealed his true priorities. He rarely visited his premature daughter, complaining about the hospital's strict visitation rules and showing more concern about his personal convenience than his child's critical condition. Kenesha spent every possible moment at the NICU, often alone, watching her tiny daughter fight for survival. Her social media posts during this period focused solely on Kamari's progress, sharing milestone moments like the first time she could hold her daughter or when Kamari breathed without assistance. The photos notably lacked Moses' presence, though Kenesha never mentioned his absence. In late July 2024, doctors finally cleared Kamari for discharge. Kenesha brought their daughter home, hoping this milestone would awaken Moses' paternal instincts. She transformed their home to welcome the newest family member, creating a nursery filled with pink decorations and new baby items, all while managing the demands of caring for a premature infant largely on her own. The addition of Kamari to the household exposed Moses' complete inability to adapt to fatherhood. The demands of a newborn, midnight feedings, constant crying, shared attention, triggered increasingly volatile reactions. He complained about the baby's cries disrupting his sleep and grew resentful of Kanesh's focus on their infant daughter. His behavior became more unpredictable with each passing day. When Kamari cried, he would storm out of rooms, slam doors, or blast music to drown out the sound.
Ooh, Lord, he was terrible.
Baby care, leaving Kanesha exhausted as she balanced the needs of all three daughters. The older girls began spending more time in their rooms, trying to avoid their stepfather's unstable moods. In the week before the tragedy, neighbors reported hearing more frequent arguments. Moses' outbursts grew louder and more threatening. Kanesha's final social media post showed a desperate attempt to maintain normalcy, sharing photos of Kamari's
wow, Mom Dukes, that's crazy.
Out any signs of the turmoil surrounding them. The tension in their home had reached a breaking point, building toward the devastating events that would unfold on August 4th. In the final week of July 2024, the constant strain in the Neely household reached dangerous levels. Moses spent more time away from home, returning in increasingly agitated states. When present, his interactions with the family became more hostile. Kanesha's older daughters later told relatives they heard their mother crying at night, though she maintained her bright smile during daylight hours. August 4th began with the usual morning routine, Kanesha tending to Kamari while her older girls prepared for their day. Around mid-morning, neighbors heard the familiar sound of raised voices from the Neely home. This time, however, the argument intensified beyond their usual disputes. The sudden sound of gunshots shattered the Sunday morning quiet. Police arrived to find the house silent. In the master bedroom, they discovered both Kanesha and Moses. Their infant daughter Kamari was found unharmed in her crib, while Kanesha's older daughters had managed to escape to a neighbor's house during the confrontation. The tragedy left three young girls without their mother. Aaliyah and Jayla, who witnessed the steady destruction of their home life over the previous year, now face the trauma of losing their mother to domestic violence. Baby Kamari, just weeks old, would never know the mother who fought so hard to bring her into the world. Today, the McCoy Drive home stands as a quiet reminder of dreams shattered by domestic violence. Kanesha Neely's funeral, held on August 13, 2024, at the Hoffman Recreational Complex, drew hundreds who
So she haven't been gone for a year yet.
But her true legacy lives on through the three daughters she left behind and the lessons her story teaches us. Her older daughters, Aaliyah and Jayla, now live with family members who are helping them process their trauma through counseling and continued support. Baby Kamari, who spent her first weeks fighting for life in the NICU, will grow up knowing her mother through stories of strength, determination, and unwavering love for her children. Kanesha's story is more than a cautionary tale. It's a powerful reminder that believing in someone's capacity for change, while admirable, should never come at the cost of your safety or your children's well-being. Her Facebook posts, once filled with hope and optimism about second chances, now serve as a documented timeline of how domestic violence escalates behind carefully curated social media facades. The Memphis community where Kanesha once thrived as a successful bail bondsman has established a foundation in her name, providing resources and support to single mothers trapped in dangerous relationships. Her story has inspired local organizations to enhance their domestic violence prevention programs, focusing particularly on women involved with currently or formerly incarcerated partners. The greatest honor we can pay to Kanesha's memory is to learn from her experience.
She was a beautiful young lady.
That love alone cannot transform someone unwilling to change, and that protecting yourself and your children isn't failure, but the highest form of self-love. Before we end this video, I need to speak directly to anyone watching who recognizes these patterns in their own life or the life of someone they love. The warning signs we've discussed today, isolation from family, escalating aggression, promises of change that never materialize. These aren't just
I
elements
always
of a
say
tragic
that.
story.
When
They're
someone
red
try to
flags that can
isolate
save
you,
your
that's
life
a red
or
flag.
the life of someone you care about. If you found value in this video, please take a moment to share it. Your share could reach.
Okay, let me get another one. But I always say, well, I think another thing where she went wrong at when she moved away from her family. Okay, I think she went wrong there. She should have never moved away from her family. When her family was trying to tell her she was moving too fast. And sometimes people don't want to take their family advice. But I think she should have listened to her family. I think she was moving too fast. The red flags was there. She knew what he was locked up for. All his background would come up. Maybe she thought again she could change him, but 9 times out of 10, you can't change those type of people. You just can't. He was already institutionalized. He was set in his ways, and that's just what it was. And I'm sorry it happened like that. But you got to pay attention to the red flag. Okay, we have another one. Hope y'all enjoying these stories because these stories are real and real. These is real life stories here, y'all. This goes on every day in life. Every day.
Believing she'd found someone who understood her ambitions.
Hold on, y'all. Let me take this back just a little bit. Hold on. Just take it back just a little bit.
Ready? Here we go. Okay, first day, PV and J. Drop off Crystal.
Your simple act could save someone's life. And if you're new here, join our before the affair. At just 20 years old, infectious. Not the polite kind you give strangers, but the genuine kind that made others want to smile back. She'd spend hours dreaming about her future, initially setting her sights on orthodontics. She wanted to help people feel confident about their smiles. Her mother, Jennifer Meadows, would later share. Kania carried a notebook filled with career goals and inspiration, jotting down ideas late into the night. She believed in planning big and working hard, traits that made her stand out among her peers. In their last conversation, Jennifer remembers Kania talking about opening her own practice one day, her eyes lighting up as she described the kind of care she wanted to provide. But life has a way of revealing different paths. During a friend's wedding preparation, Kania discovered her natural talent for beauty enhancement. As she helped with makeup and hair, something clicked. She watched how people's faces lit up when they looked in the mirror, how their confidence grew with each finishing touch. This revelation led her to pivot her dreams toward cosmetology. She enrolled in beauty school, throwing herself into learning every aspect of the craft.
Exactly, Brittany. Exactly. Yeah, and they all had good potentials. All of them.
She'd practice for hours, perfecting techniques and developing her own style. The switch from orthodontics to beauty school wasn't just a career change.
You're right. It just meant they met a devil.
The bond between Kania and her parents defined her life. Her father, Shanti Brunson, taught her the value of independence and hard work. He'd often say, "Build your own dream, baby girl. Don't live someone else's." Her mother, Jennifer, was her confidant and biggest cheerleader, the person she'd call multiple times a day to share everything from major achievements to minor frustrations. They weren't just parent and child. They were best friends. The family unit was tight-knit, sharing Sunday dinners where they'd talk for hours about their weeks, their dreams, and their challenges. Kania's younger siblings looked up to her as their role model, often seeking her advice on everything from school to relationships. Looking at Kania's life, many viewers might see reflections of themselves or someone they love. She was the friend who dropped everything to help others, the daughter who still called home every day, the sister who never missed a family celebration. She documented her journey on social media, sharing both triumphs and setbacks with refreshing honesty. Her last Instagram post showed her celebrating a friend's birthday, captioned with words about cherishing every moment. She was relatable because she was real, a young woman navigating life's complexities while trying to build her future. She made mistakes, learned from them, and kept pushing forward. In many ways, Kanye represented the universal hope of youth, the belief that with enough determination, any dream is possible. No one knows exactly how Kanye first crossed paths with 53-year-old Sultan Sharif. Their paths intersected when she was still a teenager, at an age when most young women are focused on prom and college applications. According to friends, Sharif presented himself as a successful businessman, someone who could open doors to opportunities. He approached her with compliments and promises, carefully crafting an image of sophistication and stability. Those who knew Kanye noticed how she'd light up when her phone buzzed with his messages, believing she'd found someone who understood her ambitions. But she didn't know then that Sharif had an extensive criminal history dating back to the late 1980s, including multiple convictions. He kept this part of his life hidden, showing her only what he wanted.
Yeah, me too. Mama Duke, same here.
Kanye and Sharif
Hey, Miss Davis.
Power imbalance from the start. He leveraged his life experience and financial stability to establish control in their relationship. Friends noticed how Sharif would subtly direct Kanye's decisions, from small choices about where to eat to larger ones about her future plans. He'd often emphasize his wisdom and life knowledge, using these as tools to shape her perspectives. The age gap also isolated Kanye from her peer group. While her friends were discussing college plans and entry-level jobs, she was dealing with adult relationship dynamics she wasn't equipped to navigate. Sharif's marriage added another layer of complexity, forcing Kanye into a position where secrecy became normal and isolation became routine. As the relationship deepened, Sharif's true character began to surface. He was married, a fact he initially concealed from Kanye. When she discovered this truth, he spun elaborate tales about his unhappy marriage, promising to leave his wife when the was right. The affair became a
So this girl didn't even know he was married.
Sharif would schedule meetings around his family's routine, creating a shadow life where Kanye existed only in carefully carved out moments. He demanded discretion, insisting their relationship stay hidden. Yet he also made Kanye feel chosen, special, the emotional manipulation keeping her bound to him despite the secrecy. Their meetings became more frequent, their connection more intense, all while his wife remained unaware. The warning signs emerged gradually but distinctly. Sharif's behavior shifted from attentive to controlling. He began monitoring Kanye's social media activity, questioning her about male friends or colleagues. When she couldn't answer his calls immediately, he'd leave increasingly aggressive voicemails. He started showing up unannounced at her workplace and home, always with plausible excuses, but clear undertones of surveillance. Friends noticed changes in Kanye's behavior. She became more withdrawn, checked her phone constantly, and made excuses to cancel plans at the last minute. When confronted, she dismissed their concerns with practiced responses. He's just protective. Or, you don't understand our connection. A week before her death, she confided in a close friend about feeling trapped, saying, "I don't know how to end this without everything falling apart." If you're watching this and recognizing similar patterns in your own life or someone you know, pause this video and take action. Below, I've linked domestic violence resources in the description. These organizations provide confidential support and guidance. Hit the like button to help this video reach others who might need this information, and share it with anyone you think needs to hear this message. Your action could save a life. Now, let's continue with what happened in the week leading up to that fatal September night. In mid-September 2022, Kanye reached a breaking point. After discovering messages suggesting Sharif was pursuing
the thing is, Brittany, she didn't even know he was
to contact his wife.
He never told her.
This wasn't an impulsive act.
And then when she found out,
and redrafting the message,
that's when things got crazy.
Choice. She confided in her best friend, saying, "I can't keep living with this guilt." When she finally hit send, she texted her mother, "I did something that needed to be done. I hope I made the right choice." The message she finally sent was direct but respectful, detailing the length of the relationship and apologizing for her role in it. According to phone records, she sent it on a Tuesday evening. Within hours,
when she found out, I think she wanted to end it.
Double life began falling apart. His wife's response was immediate. a series of messages demanding details, dates, and proof. Sharif's reaction revealed his true character. Rather than facing the consequences of his actions, he attempted to control.
So what she did, y'all, when she found out, she, I guess, found out who the wife was or whatever, and she contacted the wife. And that's how all this unfold. That's why he was, keeping her away from people and stuff like that, and keeping her hidden and stuff, and trying to see what she was at and what she was doing and all this, because he didn't want her to know that he was married. And when she found out, that's when things turned left. Look like he was a little too old for her. I mean, this is my opinion.
Control the narrative by contacting Jennifer Meadows, Kania's mother. His message was calculated. I want to be done messing with your daughter, but she's reaching out to my wife. This attempt to paint Kania as the aggressor showed his manipulative nature. Jennifer, alarmed by the tone of his message, immediately called Kania. During their conversation, Kania revealed more details about Sharif's increasingly erratic behavior. Jennifer would later tell investigators that she begged her daughter to cut all contact with him, sensing the dangerous turn the situation had taken. Over the next few days, Sharif's behavior escalated dramatically. Security footage from Kania's apartment complex showed his car circling the block at odd hours. He began calling from different numbers when she blocked his main line. Co-workers reported seeing him parked outside the salon, watching. Each day brought new attempts at contact, alternating between pleading messages and veiled threats. On Wednesday, he left flowers at her door. By Thursday, he was sending messages about making things right.
That's what I said too, Mama Dude. I said, dang, he looked a little too old for her.
The pressure was mounting, but few could have predicted the violence to come. The final 3 days before September 24th were filled with ominous indicators. Sharif withdrew a significant amount of cash from his bank account. He was captured on gas station surveillance, buying gasoline in a portable container. Phone records showed he searched online for information about police response times in different Milwaukee neighborhoods. A witness later reported overhearing him in a heated phone conversation, saying, "This ends now." Kania herself seemed to sense the gathering storm. She told her friend she was considering filing a restraining order. Her last text to her mother read, "If anything happens to me, you know who did it." These weren't just warning signs anymore. They were the prelude to tragedy. September 24th, 2022 began like any other Saturday. Security cameras captured Kania leaving her apartment at 7:30 p.m., responding to what she thought would be a final conversation with Sharif to end things completely. At 8:15 p.m., traffic cameras spotted Sharif's vehicle entering the area near Keefe Avenue. The gas station security footage showed them pulling into its parking lot at 8:23 p.m., where they appeared to be talking. By 8:45 p.m., they had moved to a secluded alley. Multiple witnesses reported hearing raised voices. At 9:12 p.m., the first emergency call came in. By 9:30 p.m., first responders were on scene. The medical examiner later determined
Brittany said he looked like he crazy.
Less than 20 minutes. The key witness, a friend of Sharif who happened to be in the area, provided crucial testimony. They described seeing Sharif's car parked at an odd angle in the alley and approaching to check if everything was okay. That's when they heard Kania's desperate pleas for help. The witness immediately called 911, staying on the line while maintaining visual contact with the vehicle. Their account was precise. She was screaming, "Help me." Then I heard her say, "He cut my throat."
Oh my God!
Also observed Sharif making multiple trips to his trunk, retrieving items that would later prove significant to the investigation.
Oh my
Despite their own
God!
fear, they remained nearby, providing emergency dispatchers with critical, real-time information until police arrived. The evidence revealed the methodical nature of the attack.
God.
Investigators found that Sharif had bound Kania's wrists with wire he'd brought with him. The medical examiner's report indicated she had been shot at close range. In an attempt to destroy evidence, he had doused her body with gasoline from the container he'd purchased days earlier. Security footage from nearby buildings captured Sharif making a call immediately after the attack. Phone records would later show this call was to his brother-in-law, Johnny Hopgood, who arrived minutes later to assist in the attempted cover-up. The degree of preparation
he better be in jail
suggested this
too.
wasn't a crime of passion, but a premeditated act. Milwaukee police arrived to find a scene that demanded immediate action. Officers spotted the fire from 3 blocks away and called for emergency medical services.
It wouldn't have been nobody I dated.
They found Sharif still at the scene, attempting to flee in his vehicle. 2 officers managed to block his escape route with their patrol cars, while others worked to extinguish the fire and preserve potential evidence. The responding officers' body cameras captured Sharif's demeanor, described in reports as eerily calm. Their quick response and containment of the scene proved crucial, allowing crime scene technicians to recover vital evidence that might otherwise have been lost, including the murder weapon hidden in Sharif's vehicle and physical evidence that would later prove essential at trial. The investigation moved swiftly as detectives pieced together physical and digital evidence. Crime scene technicians recovered the wire used to bind Kania, the gas container, and shell casings that matched a weapon registered to Sharif. Digital forensics revealed a trail of text messages and call logs between Sharif and Kania.
Yeah, Mama Dukes, he need to be there too. Oh yes, most definitely.
Multiple locations helped establish a clear timeline. Detectives also obtained Sharif's internet search history, revealing queries about cleaning bloodstains and destroying DNA evidence. His credit card records showed calculated purchases, wire from a hardware store, the gas container, and a prepaid phone. Each piece of evidence pointed to premeditation, dismantling any possibility of claiming a crime of passion. When initially questioned, Sharif's wife provided him with what seemed like an airtight alibi, claiming he was home with her, watching television during the time of the murder. However, this alibi quickly crumbled under scrutiny. Cell phone tower data placed Sharif's phone in the vicinity of the crime scene, directly contradicting his wife's statement. Security footage from their neighborhood showed his car leaving their home at 7 p.m. and returning after midnight. When confronted with this evidence, Sharif's wife admitted to lying, revealing that he had called her
they both
after
in
the
jail,
murder,
Brittany.
instructing her on exactly what to tell investigators. This admission proved crucial, as it demonstrated Sharif's attempts to manipulate the investigation from the start. Johnny Hopgood's involvement emerged through phone records, showing multiple calls with Sharif immediately after the murder. As Sharif's brother-in-law, Hopgood initially claimed he was merely responding to a family emergency. However, security footage showed him arriving at the scene with additional gasoline and helping to destroy evidence. Investigators discovered text messages between the 2 men discussing plans to clean up a mess. When questioned separately, their stories contained significant discrepancies.
They look just alike devils.
Under interrogation, admitting his role in attempting to destroy evidence. His confession provided investigators with crucial details about the aftermath of the murder and Sharif's state of mind during the crime. Prosecutors constructed a methodical case against both men. They established Sharif's motive through the text messages to Kania's mother about the affair revelation. The murder weapon, found in Sharif's vehicle, contained both his fingerprints and Kania's DNA. Cell phone data created a precise timeline of events. The witness's 911 call provided real-time documentation of the crime. Investigators also uncovered financial records showing Sharif had withdrawn large sums of cash and made suspicious purchases in the days before the murder. The prosecution built a timeline demonstrating how each piece of evidence supported their theory of premeditated murder. By the time they presented their case to the grand jury, they had accumulated over 300 pieces of evidence and statements.
Ooh, that's a lot of evidence. That's a lot of evidence. Over 300? You know he wasn't going to win.
From 27 witnesses. The trial began in January 2024, with Milwaukee County prosecutors presenting a meticulous case against Sultan Sharif. Throughout the proceedings, he maintained his innocence, offering conflicting accounts of that September night. His defense team attempted to shift blame to an unnamed third party, but surveillance footage and DNA evidence dismantled their alternative theories. The prosecution's case proved overwhelming, presenting text messages, financial records, and the witness's haunting 911 call. Key testimony came from the gas station attendant who sold Sharif the gasoline container days before the murder. Sharif's wife's admission of providing a false alibi further strengthened the state's case. The jury appeared visibly moved by the methodical presentation of evidence showing the calculated nature of the crime. After 8 days of testimony, they took just 4 hours to return with their verdict. Guilty on all counts. The victim impact statements delivered by Kania's family revealed the devastating ripple effects of her murder. Her mother, Jennifer Meadows, approached the podium clutching Kania's beauty school graduation photo. "You didn't just kill my daughter," she addressed Sharif directly. "You killed our future, our family dinners, the grandchildren I'll never hold." Her voice remained steady as she described the daily trauma of waking up to the reality of her daughter's absence. Kania's father, Shanti Brunson, spoke about the dreams they'd shared for her future. She was going to...
She was a nice-looking mother and father.
We had already picked out locations. He described how he still finds himself driving by beauty schools, forgetting for a moment that she's gone. Kania's younger siblings shared letters they'd written to their sister.
Exactly,
detailing how her
Brittany.
absence had created a void in their lives. Each statement painted a portrait of a family forever altered by a single act of violence. On February 15, 2024, Judge David Swanson delivered his sentence. He addressed Sharif's lack of remorse and the calculated nature of his actions. "This court has seen many tragic cases," Swanson stated, "but the level of premeditation here is particularly chilling." He noted the multiple opportunities Sharif had to step back from his plans, emphasizing how each step toward murder was a conscious choice. The judge referenced Sharif's previous criminal history, including incidents of domestic violence spanning 3 decades. Before pronouncing sentence, he acknowledged Kania's family. "No punishment can restore what was taken from you." He then sentenced Sharif to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Johnny Hopgood received 15 years for his role in attempting to destroy evidence.
No, his
The judge
ugly ass
also
should have got
ordered
more.
Coughlin to pay restitution to Kania's family for funeral expenses and counseling costs. The Milwaukee community's response to Kania's murder sparked several initiatives addressing domestic violence and age gap relationships. Local beauty schools
Yeah, 'cause that was a
established the
big
Kania
gap.
Brunson Scholarship Fund, providing education opportunities for aspiring cosmetologists. Domestic violence organizations began incorporating Kania's story into their awareness programs, highlighting the dangers of controlling relationships and the importance of supporting those who come forward with information. The Milwaukee Police Department enhanced their training protocols for responding to domestic violence calls, particularly those involving significant age differences between partners. Community leaders organized support groups for families affected by similar tragedies. Local salons joined together to create a safety network, implementing protocols for stylists who might be experiencing threatening relationships. The case also prompted discussions in local schools about healthy relationships and recognizing manipulation tactics. A mural dedicated to Kania's memory now stands near her former beauty school, serving as both a tribute and a reminder of the importance of speaking up against abuse. The murder of Kania Brunson exposed several critical warning signs that everyone should recognize. First, the significant age gap combined with promises of career advancement, a tactic often used by manipulative partners to create dependency. Second, the pattern of isolation, where Sharif gradually monitored her movements and questioned her relationships with friends.
IXL is helping 15 million
Yeah, that's
students
a red
succeed
flag
in
to
math
watch
and
out
language
for.
arts.
When they don't want you to
On
go
IXL,
nowhere, they keep asking you questions
Third,
and
the escalating controlling behavior,
you know.
from constant calls to unexpected appearances at
Yeah,
her workplace.
that's controlling.
Fourth, the use of expensive gifts to create obligation and dependency. Mental health professionals studying this case identified key moments where intervention might have helped. When Sharif began monitoring Kania's social media, when he started showing up unannounced, and particularly in the week before her murder, when his behavior became increasingly erratic. The case highlighted how crucial it is to recognize these patterns not just in our own lives, but in the lives of those around us. Experts now emphasize that the most dangerous time in an abusive relationship is often when the victim attempts to leave or expose the truth.
Yep.
Kania Brunson's story needs to be shared. Her life mattered, and through her story,
yes, her
we can
life
help
mattered.
others recognize dangerous situations before they become deadly. If you know someone in a controlling relationship, reach out. If you see these warning signs in your own life, seek help. There are resources and people ready to support you.
Got to be careful with these warning signs, y'all. Got to be careful. The warning signs, it be there. I think I got one more for y'all for the day. Then I got, I do my homework in the evening so I can have more for y'all tomorrow. Boy, I tell you, this is so sad. All right, we're going to see what this one's here is about. Let's see.
Welcome to the Beauty Fix Med Spa YouTube channel. Here at Beauty Fix Med Spa, we specialize in enhancing your natural beauty. And today, we're showcasing our top 5 facial fillers.
In the early hours of November 21st, 2022, a single gunshot shattered the quiet of South Wayant Avenue in Columbus, Ohio. The sound echoed through the darkness, marking the exact moment a rising gospel star's voice was silenced forever. Brittany Boateng was just 22 years old.
Wow,
a
young.
Ghanaian-American singer whose music touched thousands. Her father had just finished cooking her favorite meal, a traditional spinach stew that now sat untouched in his refrigerator. He would never share that meal with his daughter. Instead, he would soon be planning her funeral. The person charged with ending Brittany's life wasn't a stranger. It wasn't a random act of violence. It was her own sister-in-law, Tyona Dodson. What could drive a family member to allegedly commit
what
such an
in the
act?
name?
The answer lies in the events leading up to that fatal November night. Before we continue this story, take a moment to consider.
Yeah, I gotta digest this one.
Had an argument with a family member.
Whoa!
What makes some family conflicts turn deadly while others are resolved peacefully? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your perspective might help others recognize warning signs in their own families. Tonight, we'll trace the path that led to this tragic confrontation. You'll hear from those who knew Brittany best, including her father, Ernest, who spoke of his daughter's angelic voice and the special bond they shared. We'll examine the final days of a young artist whose career was just beginning to soar. But this isn't just a story about loss. It's about family dynamics, unspoken tensions, and the thin line between love and
hate.
violence.
Yes.
If you want to understand how family relationships can take such dramatic turns, click subscribe and join our community of true crime analysts. Together, we'll examine the warning signs that might have been missed. The truth behind Brittany's death raises difficult questions about family loyalty, trust, and the price of conflict. As we uncover each detail of this case, you'll understand why this particular story has gripped both the American and Ghanaian communities, sparking crucial conversations about family violence. Hit the like button if you believe family-related true crime cases deserve more attention, and share this video to spread awareness about domestic conflicts before they turn deadly. Your engagement helps us bring these important stories to light. Now, let's go back to where it all began. Not with the gunshot that ended Brittany's life, but with the beautiful journey that came before it. The story of a young girl who started singing at age 6, never knowing that her voice would be silenced just 16 years later.
No, I'll be there at the end of the day. I don't want to be without you, babe. I don't want a broken heart. Don't want to take a breath without my baby. I don't want to play that part. I know that I love you, but let me just say I don't
Born around 2000,
Oh,
Brittany Nyota
man.
Boateng
That
grew
was
up in a
beautiful.
close-knit Ghanaian-American household. Her father, Ernest Boateng, recognized something extraordinary in his daughter from her earliest days. She was special from the moment she was born, Ernest would often say, his eyes lighting up when speaking about his daughter. The Boatengs maintained strong ties to their Ghanaian roots while building their life in America. They created a home that bridged two cultures, teaching Brittany the values and traditions of their homeland while embracing the opportunities their new country offered. Ernest took particular pride in nurturing his daughter's connection to her heritage through food, language, and culture. At just 6 years old, Brittany discovered her voice. It wasn't the typical childhood singing that parents lovingly endure. Her talent was evident from the start. She
Look at her.
possessed
She's
an
so
innate
pretty.
ability to transform simple words into melodies that caught everyone's attention. Her father would later describe it as the voice of an angel, a description that proved prophetic as she developed her craft.
Hold on, y'all.
Reimagine exceptional with the 2024 Buick Envision. Buick.
Those early years shaped her musical direction. While other children her age were singing playground songs, Brittany was already drawn to gospel music. She found her purpose in sacred songs, using her gift to express her deep faith. Her family supported this calling, recognizing that her talent deserved nurturing. As Brittany entered her teenage years, her reputation in the gospel music community began to grow. She wasn't just performing, she was creating an impact. Music producer Ricky McElroy, who would become a significant figure in her career, recognized her unique talent immediately. Under his guidance, she began recording original music, her voice maturing into a powerful instrument that demanded attention. McElroy, who affectionately called her BB, became more than just a producer. He was a mentor who helped shape her artistic vision. Together, they worked on songs that showcased not only her vocal abilities, but also her gift for connecting with audiences. Despite her young age, she approached her craft with remarkable maturity and dedication. Brittany's music reflected the richness of her dual cultural identity. She incorporated elements of traditional Ghanaian.
They are very sad stories, but they are good stories, to share, to talk about, to highlight other women that may be going through these things, that does not see the red flags, that may think this is love and it's not love, to teach them how to get out safe. So yeah, that's why I like to share stories like this.
This blend of cultures set her apart in the gospel
Her
music
name
scene.
is spelled like mine.
She didn't just perform songs, she brought her entire heritage to each performance, creating music that bridged continents.
Next week, I'm going to do a lot of stories on narcissistic fathers, siblings.
Making her a rising
I'm going to do
star
stories
in the
on
international gospel
things like that next week.
On November
I'm going to be
20th,
looking up a lot of
2022,
stuff over the
Ernest
weekend.
Boateng received what would be the last call from his daughter. Brittany's voice was bright and cheerful as she made a simple request. She wanted him to prepare her favorite spinach stew. It was a routine conversation, the kind that families share every day, with no indication.
You know, soon letting my channel grow with more and more people coming in and liking stories like this, you know.
And her plans for Thanksgiving. Brittany was excited about the holiday, making plans to gather with family. Ernest remembers her laugh, the way she spoke about her future performances, and her enthusiasm about sharing a meal with loved ones. That same day, Ernest went to work in his kitchen, carefully preparing the kontomire just as his daughter loved it. He followed the traditional Ghanaian recipe, taking extra care with each step. The familiar scents of the cooking stew filled his home, garlic, ginger, and spinach melding together in the way that always brought joy to Brittany's face. He packaged the stew carefully, expecting his daughter would come by to share it with him, as she had done countless times before. The container was placed in his refrigerator, waiting for a dinner that would never happen. That carefully prepared meal would become a haunting reminder of life's fragility, still sitting untouched when the devastating news arrived. Less than 24 hours after that final call, in the quiet hours of night, something happened at a residence on South Wayant Avenue that would forever change the Boateng family. What began as an ordinary evening would end in tragedy. Before we reveal the events that unfolded that night, we need to understand the complex dynamics at play within the family. If you've ever experienced tension within your own family, you know how quickly situations can escalate. Now's the time to pause and reflect. What signs of conflict do we often miss in our closest relationships? What conversations should we be having before it's too late? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your insights might help someone recognize important warning signs in their own life. This story takes an unexpected turn, revealing how quickly ordinary family disagreements can transform into something tragic. Hit that like button if you believe in the importance of addressing family conflicts before they escalate. And make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss the crucial details about what happened next.
When you hear music like this,
As November 20th drew to a close, the residents of South Wayne Avenue went about their usual evening routines. Brittany was at home, likely thinking about the upcoming Thanksgiving celebrations and her next musical performance. Her sister-in-law, Tiona Dodson, was also present at the residence. The evening began like any other. Neighbors would later report nothing unusual about the activities at the house. No raised voices, no signs of disturbance. Yet beneath this apparent calm, tensions were mounting. The exact catalyst for what would unfold remains known only to those present, but what's clear is that as midnight approached, the atmosphere in the house began to change. The relationship between Brittany and her sister-in-law had complexities that went beyond typical family dynamics. Like many family relationships, theirs contained layers of unspoken grievances and misunderstandings. That night, these underlying tensions would finally surface. At approximately 12:45 a.m. on November 21st, 2022, the first signs of conflict emerged. What began as a discussion escalated into an argument. The specific details of this confrontation remain part of the ongoing investigation, but witness statements suggest the argument intensified rapidly. By 12:55 a.m., the situation had reached a critical point. Voices were raised, positions hardened. Other household members, alarmed by the escalating conflict, attempted to intervene. Their efforts to calm the situation proved futile as the argument continued to intensify. At precisely 1 a.m., the confrontation reached its tragic conclusion. A single gunshot broke the night's silence. In that instant, a promising young life was cut short, and a family was forever changed. Immediately following the gunshot, chaos erupted in the household. Emergency calls flooded the Columbus Police Department's dispatch center. Neighbors, awakened by the sound and subsequent commotion, emerged from their homes to find a scene of confusion and distress. First responders arrived within minutes to find Brittany with a critical gunshot wound.
Wow.
Despite their immediate intervention and efforts to save her life, the injury proved fatal. At 1:12 a.m., just 12 minutes after the shot was fired, medical personnel pronounced Brittany Boateng dead at the scene. The discovery sent shockwaves through the immediate neighborhood. Those who knew Brittany as the talented gospel singer with the gentle spirit struggled to comprehend.
Mimi, yes. That's where it starts from. Childhood trauma.
Added another layer of complexity to an already
they prone to stay in those type of relationships
Police Department's
because of their childhood trauma.
Control of the scene.
And that's all they adapt to. That's all they know.
Process of evidence collection and witness interviews. The initial investigation revealed that the suspect had not fled the scene. Tiona Dodson remained at the residence. Detectives
it's like it's a pattern for them,
piecing together the events that led to the shooting. They conducted preliminary interviews with witnesses and family members present during the incident. The weapon used in the shooting was recovered at the scene.
Yeah.
Within hours,
if they can recognize that it's a problem,
evidence to make an arrest.
That they are meeting the same type of people.
Age 41 was taken into custody without incident,
and they have some trauma.
Charged with murder, marking a tragic turn in what had begun as a family dispute. Police transported her to the Franklin County Jail, where she would await her first court appearance, scheduled for later that same day. The case was registered as Columbus's 126th homicide of 2022, adding another somber statistic to the city's records. The Columbus Police Department's investigation unveiled crucial details in the hours following Brittany's death. Their findings confirmed that the shooting occurred during a heated argument that turned lethal. The recovered firearm matched the bullet that claimed Brittany's life, and forensic evidence supported witness accounts of the confrontation. Investigators documented the crime scene meticulously, photographing the layout of the residence and collecting physical evidence. Security footage from nearby homes provided additional context about the timing of events. Multiple witness statements.
I don't have a Cash App no more, but I
post
posted my friend Cash Apps, and she sends it to me on my Venmo. If people don't have Venmo,
the homicide unit's
but I only post it like if
highlighted
someone
the
needs
domestic
it.
nature of the incident. Their findings indicated no prior police calls to the residence involving either Brittany or Tyona, suggesting this fatal confrontation erupted without documented warning signs. On the morning of November 22, 2022, Tyona Dodson faced her first court appearance. She stood before the judge in Franklin County Municipal Court, charged with murder. The prosecution presented their initial evidence, citing witness statements and physical evidence collected at the scene. The judge set a substantial bond, considering the severity of the charges and the circumstances of the case. Dodson's demeanor in court was described as subdued, a stark contrast to the events that brought her there. The preliminary hearing was scheduled, marking the beginning of what would become a complex legal process involving family members on both sides of the courtroom. Ernest Boateng's world shattered with the news of his daughter's death. His last loving act for her, preparing her favorite spinach stew, became a painful reminder of their final conversation. Because what has happened? It's something beyond my imagination, he shared, his voice heavy with grief. The family canceled their Thanksgiving plans, unable to contemplate celebration in the wake of such loss. The holiday season, meant for joy and togetherness, instead became a period of mourning and reflection. Other family members struggled with the dual tragedy of losing Brittany while facing Tyona's prosecution, creating complex emotional dynamics that tested family bonds.
Those with Robin
Hold
Hood
on, let me
Gold
get
can
this
enjoy a
commercial
3%
gone out of
IRA
here.
match.
Can't stand them commercials. I ain't lying to y'all.
When I read the script, I thought, yeah, this is one we should jump in on.
Hold on, y'all.
The script was remarkable.
Okay.
News of Brittany's death devastated multiple communities, leaving behind a grieving child who lost a devoted mother. Her role as a young parent had shaped her music and ministry, often incorporating themes of maternal love and family bonds into her gospel performances. The Ghanaian American community in Columbus rallied around not only the Boateng family, but also Brittany's young child, organizing support systems to help maintain connections to their cultural heritage. Local churches where Brittany had performed became gathering places for those mourning the loss of not just an artist, but a daughter, mother, and friend. The gospel music community responded with an outpouring of tributes. Ricky McElroy, her producer and mentor, spoke about Brittany's dedication to balancing her emerging music career with motherhood. Music industry colleagues shared memories of how she would often bring her child to recording sessions, creating a family atmosphere in the studio. The incident sparked vital conversations within these communities about family violence and the impact on children left behind. Local organizations responded by creating support groups, specifically for families affected by similar tragedies, with special attention to helping children process their loss. The tragedy became a catalyst for broader discussions about protecting families and preserving parent-child bonds within tight-knit immigrant communities. While the exact motive behind the shooting remains part of the ongoing legal proceedings, investigators focused on several potential factors. The sudden escalation from argument to violence suggested underlying tensions that had built over time. Columbus police records showed no previous documented conflicts between Brittany and Tyona Dodson, making the violent outcome even more perplexing. Court documents hint at disagreements over family matters, though specifics remain sealed. What emerged in preliminary hearings pointed to a complex web of family relationships and expectations. The timing, just days before Thanksgiving, added another layer to understanding the heightened emotions that might have contributed to the confrontation. The Boateng family exemplified the challenges many immigrant families face, balancing traditional values with modern American life. As a successful young artist, Brittany represented a bridge between these worlds. Her relationship with her sister-in-law, Tyona, existed within this cultural framework, where traditional family hierarchies
Sound like she was jealous of her.
clash with contemporary American
She was jealous of her and her
values.
success.
The presence of extended family
She was
living
so
in close
young.
proximity, while often a source of support, can also create pressure points. In the Boateng household, these relationships were further complicated by Brittany's rising public profile and her role as both a family member and an emerging gospel star. Brittany's death highlighted critical issues facing immigrant communities in America. The tragedy sparked discussions about conflict resolution within families, where cultural expectations and American norms intersect. Mental health professionals pointed to the need for culturally sensitive support services that understand these unique pressures. The case also drew attention to the broader issue of domestic violence within family units, where the perpetrator and victim share complex familial bonds. Community leaders began examining how traditional conflict resolution methods might be adapted to prevent similar tragedies. Beyond the immediate tragedy, Brittany's story catalyzed positive changes in her community. Her music continues to inspire, with local churches incorporating her songs into their services.
Oh,
Young
that's
artists
sweet.
in the gospel community speak of her influence on their approach to music and faith. The Boateng family's experience led to the creation of support groups specifically designed for immigrant families dealing with internal conflicts. Ernest Boateng, despite his grief, began speaking at community events about the importance of addressing family tensions before they escalate. Brittany's legacy lives on, not only through her music, but through these initiatives that aim to prevent similar tragedies.
Thank God that her legacy, continues to go on. That's a blessing.
The legal proceedings against Tyona Dodson continue to move through the Franklin County court system. The case, which shook both the local and Ghanaian American
Exactly,
communities,
Brittany.
remains
But I can
under
guarantee you it was
close
out of
scrutiny.
jealousy.
Each court appearance brings
You got
new
family
details
members out
to
here to be
light
jealous
as
of you too
prosecutors
now.
present evidence and witnesses share
It
their
ain't only
accounts of
friends
that
and your
family.
husband and your wife.
The defense team continues to examine all aspects of the case, ensuring due process while the community awaits
This
justice.
woman seen potentials in her.
In honor of Brittany's memory, her family
She was gonna
established a
blow up.
foundation promoting conflict resolution within immigrant communities. Her music lives on through memorial concerts where young gospel artists perform her songs.
Wow,
The annual Brittany
that's
Boateng
beautiful.
Memorial Concert has become a platform for emerging artists while raising awareness about family violence prevention. Ernest Boateng transformed his grief into purpose, speaking at these events about his daughter's legacy. The traditional spinach stew that marked their final conversation has become a symbol of remembrance, with community gatherings now incorporating this meaningful dish in her honor. Brittany's story reminds us how quickly life can change and how precious our relationships truly are. Her voice, silenced too soon, continues to echo through the lives she touched and the changes her story inspired. The question we must ask ourselves is, how many similar situations might be prevented through open dialogue and early intervention? If this story has moved you, take action. Share this video with someone you believe needs to hear this message. Your share could be the catalyst that prevents another tragedy. Hit the like button to help this story reach more people who might need to hear it.
Y'all, these are some sad stories. We gotta be careful when it comes to a lot of situations in life. In life. Meeting these guys out here, and just bring them into your life with your children. Meeting these guys in jail, taking care of them, letting them come home with your children. A lot of these guys has been in jail repeatedly. They're institutionalized. They're not going to change. They who they are. They just sit back and gaslight you and have you thinking you're going to have a beautiful life with them. Y'all going to get married. You're going to have children. You're going to go on trips. Y'all going to buy houses. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. That's not what they want. That's not what they want. They're institutionalized. They repeat that same behavior. You just the next victim. That's all. Don't ever think you can change an institutionalized person that been to jail repeatedly, because you cannot. Leave them where they're at. They're not worth your life. Go on with your life. Do what you got to do. Be successful. And let them men stay in jail. You know? And for the ones that's not in jail, you got to start doing background checks on these men. You know, a lot of these men out here, they'll just say anything, you know, because they know a lot of women is vulnerable. And see, again, I always say, when you meet a guy, don't never sit down and discuss with the guy your past, what you went through in your past relationship with your ex-husband or your ex-boyfriend or your kid's father. Because only thing you're doing, you're setting yourself up for failure, because he's going to treat you the same. Because a real man not even going to ask you why you divorced and all of that kind of stuff, you know, and he's not going to talk about his divorce. He's going to get to know you like you want to get to know him. You know what I'm saying? Then maybe after, you know, sometimes maybe after you together in a relationship over a year or stuff, y'all done built up, maybe 2 years, maybe every now and then y'all may want to share a story, but that's okay. But right away, when a guy started asking you questions and stuff, that is a red flag. Because normally when a guy asks you stuff like that, he's going to treat you the same way that that man treated you, but not in the beginning, because he have his mask on. So he's going to have you thinking, oh, I'm going to treat you better. You know, I want to love you, you know, be there for you and your kids. We can do this. We can do that. No, he's not. No, he's not. That's one thing you should never do. You should never do. You should never, ever talk to a man about your past relationship. Men or women, you should not do that. Set your boundaries, absolutely. And stand on your boundaries. Always stand on your boundaries. Don't be so quick to move a man in your household. Don't be so quick to tell a man where you live at. Don't be so quick to go to a man's house. Okay? Stay on the outside. Stay on the outside. You know? Do things on the outside. But in the daytime. Don't even do things at night with a guy. You don't know him that well. You let him drive his car, you drive your car. Meet up in the daytime when there's people around. When y'all get finished on y'all date, let him get in his car, you get in your car. You go your way, he go his way. If you feel like you don't want him to follow you, let him leave at the parking lot first. Or either you take a long route that you never even took before. You know, you got to start thinking. You know, you got to start thinking for your own safety. You know, you really do. Because it's a lot of men and women out here wearing these masks now. A lot. It's a lot of them. You know, and for the lady the Bells bondsman lady, you know, I felt like she should listen to her family. You know, she felt like her family was trying to tell her don't marry him and don't be with him and, you know, things like that. I think she should listen to her family. And I think she felt like her family was trying to, like, didn't want her to be with anyone, didn't want her to be happy. I don't think the family didn't want her to be happy. I think they did want her to be happy. But I think the problem was she was moving a little too fast for them, you know. And then she cut the family off, which he liked that. A man likes when you cut your family off and cut your friends off. They like that. Okay. She thought her family was getting too involved in her relationship. And if they was, it was because they was concerned about her. Okay. So what she do? She picked up, she moved to another town, another state. She bought a house. This man didn't have anything. Right. So that's what he wanted her to do. He loved it that she moved into another state because he knew she didn't have anybody there. He can control her and finish gaslighting her and finish manipulating her. And that's what he did. And it turned violent. But let's go back. It was kind of violent before that. He was abusing her verbally, you know, even around the children. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, they put that mask on and tell, yes. And after a while, that mask started slipping right off. It comes off. It comes off. You know, and sometimes when that mask come off, it can be a little too late. It can be a little too late. You know, and look at the first story we shared today. You see how the girl was trying to silently move on, you know, by moving her stuff to her mother's house, her important documentations. She was doing it silently. But what happened? She didn't get a chance to leave. You know, she didn't get a chance to leave. So these can be really bad situations. You know, it can really be bad situations. And again, like me personally, myself, I would never date a man that's in jail. No way. I wouldn't do it. I'm just going to speak for me. I wouldn't do it. Because you don't know anything about him. You don't know if he liked to work. Have he ever worked? You know anything about his family? How his relationship was with his mother? If you have kids, how was his relationship with the kids' moms? You know, you don't know any of that. You don't know. You didn't give yourself a chance to find out who this person was. Yeah, when the women try to leave, it's not quick enough. It turns into something, deadly, unfortunately. So you just got to be, I mean, when you see a man that's always want to argue all the time, he's not peaceful, you know what I'm saying? He can't talk without screaming and yelling. That is red flags, honey. That is red flags, for real. I don't care. Those are red flags. This man cannot talk without screaming or yelling. When you talk to him and he can't look you in your eyes, when a man can't sit down and y'all have a decent conversation to work the relationship out, that is a red flag. When you on the phone talking to him, he always hanging up on you, that's a red flag. Because a real man, if you want to have a conversation with him, he's going to sit down. Y'all going to have a one-on-one conversation, whether it's just sitting on the bed in a chair or y'all at a dinner table having dinner or whatever the case may be. He listens. He hear you out. Wait till you finish. Then he talks. That's a man you want. That's a man you want. And also, he can take accountability. Okay? That's a man you want. And also, meaning why he taking accountability. Okay, baby, I'm sorry. I didn't know you felt that way. What can I do to make things better? Our communication, you know, things in that nature. But when men can't say nothing like that to you or a woman, no. No, you don't want that. You definitely don't want that. You don't want no man that, you know, when your family get into a disagreement and, you know, because sometimes you have a man can come between family dynamics too. Now, we all know that your man is going to take up for you because that's your man at the end of the day. We know that, okay? Because a good man going to do that. But you have to also see the red flags in that too. That can be such as red flags also. All depends how far he goes, okay? So you got to look at things like that too. Okay, so it's a lot of things, and I mean vice versa. Because sometimes women do those things too. Oh, fuck your family, blah, 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 blah. You know, so everything that go for a man nowadays, it goes for a woman also. Okay? Everything. It's 50-50 with the men and the women. You know, so you got to stay on point. I mean, we got so many women out here losing their lives, leaving their children behind that family members have to raise, you know, and that's sad. Beautiful women had things going on for themselves, entrepreneurs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and it's sad. It's sad. You know, and when a man started, you know, saying things like, oh, when you going, make sure you FaceTime me. And if you don't FaceTime me, didn't I tell you to FaceTime me? That's controlling, ladies. That is controlling. Because if you have trust in your woman should not have to FaceTime you every time she gets to a location. Okay? Now, if you build that relationship with your husband or your boyfriend, you know, because of safety reasons also. So that's understandable too. You know, babe, make sure you text me or whatever. You know, if you don't call me, make sure you text me. Let me know you got to your location. But when a man start to spin out of control, I told you to do this and you didn't do that. You hard-headed. I told you to FaceTime me, text me, call me. And this is an ongoing thing all the time, like all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because he want to see where you at, you know? Because normally when men be in control like that, sometimes they want to FaceTime because they want to see who you with, where you at, where your surroundings and all that stuff. That is definitely a red flag. I mean, don't get me wrong, because you got guys out here that love their wives and love their girlfriends, and they want to make sure that they are safe when they say they're going somewhere. You know what I'm saying? But it's a difference. It's a difference. Okay, it's definitely a difference. Always about the kids and leave behind. Yes, always think about your kids. Ready, sorry to interrupt, but is that yes? That's my my supporter. Yes, baby. You okay? Mom Dukes. So, you know, we just gotta be careful about certain things, and sometimes, you know, men can be jealous of women that when they come into their life. Oh, she making more money. She got more money than me, you know, and then they start their controlling thing. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do that. I'm the man. Let me do this. Let me do that. That's the controlling thing. And you got some women out here that would fall back and be like, okay, well, you know, I'll let you do this. I'll let you do that. You know, if you was doing good before you met this man, you stand on it right now. You still stand on that. No. Don't let him gaslight you out of what you always been doing, baby. No. You stand on that. You stand on that. For real. And vice versa. A man shouldn't let a woman do that. Because if you love that woman and love that man, y'all going to build together as a team. Okay? Y'all going to bring that bread in together as a team. It ain't going to be thing about no jealousy. Who got the most and who can get the most. That's teamwork. That's what they call it. But if you find a man or a woman not like that, And see, sometimes it be too late sometimes to leave a man because you don't put so much in it so soon. You cannot put your all in a man so soon. Tell him so much of your business, how you maneuver, where you going, what you doing, your businesses that you own. That's not good for a man and a woman to do. It's not. It's not. It's just not good. Red flags across the board. Yes. Yes, it's way too much. Yes, it is. You're giving out too much information. Some women and some men, they prey on these type of things. They prey on that. You got a lot of narcissistic women, a lot of narcissistic men out here. They prey on women and prey on men that has something going for themselves. They look for their next quote unquote victims. Okay? And some women would say, yeah, you know, I was married before and my husband did this to me. He did that to me. You know, he walked out on me and left me with the kids. And, you know, I'm here raising the kids by myself. Bam. You done told that man the first story he wanted to hear. He liked that. He liked that. Okay? So that's one thing that you done played against yourself, because he going to use that now for a come up with you. Because he know that he ain't going to be no good man to you neither, or no husband, because he ain't going to marry you. And if he do marry you, he going to take you for a roller coaster. Because that was a red flag right there that you done told him. Because what he going to tell you? Oh, don't worry. I help you with the kids. You know, I got this, I got that. You know, we can do this together. We can do that together. And you're looking for a good man to be a father to your children, which no woman should never look for a man to be a father to their children. Because at that point, you are the father and you are the mother. Even if you are married or in a relationship, right? Always keep in mind, you are the father and you are the mother, even if that father is still in that household. And you know why I say that? Because you never know when it may come to a point. It may be a split up. So you won't be hurt as bad because you already had in your mind, I'm the father and the mother of my children or my child. You understand what I'm saying? But never go to a man and act like you're looking for a father for your child or your children, because that's the worst mistake that you can make. Now, if he want to marry you, and before he marry you, you see that he's interacting with your children. I mean, you let this thing rock out as long as you can let it rock out before the marriage even get involved. Okay? Then that's what you're looking for. A sad world we live in. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, sis. You never lied. It's really sad out here. It is. But sometimes, you know, some women, they got to put on their thinking caps, you know. They got to put on their thinking caps and they got to think. You know, don't always let love make you blind, because love can make you blind. Love will blindside you. Woo, baby. Because look what happened to her. The lady that was the Bell's bondsman. It blindsided her. It blindsided her. She was a single mom. The kid's father walked out of her life, she said. You know? And she thought that she can change this man. But it didn't happen. It didn't happen. It don't justify what he did at all. Period. Because if you didn't want to be there, you could have walked away. Then she had a baby that went to the NICU. You didn't even come to the hospital to see the baby. You know? At all. She was there every day in and day out, to make sure her baby was okay. These men would give you babies and walk out any day. A baby don't hold men. No. They don't. They just don't. Next week I'm gonna start some more new commentary too. I'm gonna well, I got some stuff sitting in my bin that I do want to talk about. Just a lot of stuff. I'm gonna bring some new stuff to y'all next week starting Monday. So, you know, and I appreciate everybody, you know, the ones that come in and interact in the chat and like some of the commentary that I share. I appreciate y'all. You know, I really do appreciate y'all. Whoever come in and interact in anything, you know, I really appreciate y'all. And that does make me feel good, you know. I do. I just wanted to, you know, share things I think that, you know, is important, you know. So because it is a lot of things going on, you know, in the real world that we can talk about. You know, it's a lot of narcissistic behavior going on, a lot with husband and wives, boyfriends, girlfriends, family members, children. You know, and y'all know I love to talk about that. Y'all know I like talking about that. Y'all know I do. So I got some good ones I'm gonna rewatch over the weekend and stuff, and I want to bring some of that to y'all. Hubby and I text call when you reach out because I'm word right. See, and that's good that y'all do that, because that used to be for me too, sis. They used to be for me too, you know. So that's why I say, you know, you do got husband and wives that do that. You know, when you go to work, babe, when you get there, text me, let me know when you okay. So you know the difference between love doing that than you know what I'm saying, controlling. You know what I mean? See, your husband not controlling you, you're not controlling him, you know, because that's what I was doing too, you know. So it's a difference. And you know, some women have to look at it, Mom Deuces, stop thinking everything is love. You know what I mean? Because I think they think everything that is love, and I think that's why they miss a lot of these red flags, you know. Miss D, I love your thank you, baby. I appreciate that. They think that is love, and it's not love. It's just not. It's controlling. It is controlling. That's what it is. And you never want a man to start controlling you, because when he can't do it no more, it's going to become a problem. That's when hell is going to break loose, when that man can no longer control you anymore. And you start putting your feet down, that's when it get bad. That's when it get bad. I'm telling you. He feel like he can't gaslight you no more, or control you no more, or spin that narrative no more. It get bad. It definitely get bad. You know, so you definitely got to be careful. You know, stop bringing your kids around these men. Let these men in your houses and all of that. Like I said, listen, meet at a restaurant, you know. Meet at a restaurant. Make sure it's in the daytime. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to meet a man and go on dates at night. I mean, I'm just saying, in the type of world that we live in today, I think everything should be done during the day. Okay, if you work throughout the day, you're off on weekends. Okay, well, we can go out Saturday or Sunday or whatever for brunch. You know what I'm saying? But make it during the daytime. Always insult someone, your family members. Okay, I'm going out on a date. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going here. I'm going to meet him there this time. You know, when you get there, text them, let them know the name of the restaurant you at. Just keep in communication with a family member. You know, got to start being a little smarter. Ms. D, keep moving forward. Great live. Thank you so much, sis. I am. I'm gonna start getting more people in here. I know. I got faith. I got faith. I definitely got faith. I just woke up, Ms. D. I hope you had a great live. I did, boo. I definitely did. I definitely did. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. I would definitely, you know, that's why I try to hashtag my stuff, because, you know, trying to bring in more people. And I know I will. I did it from the other sector. I know I can, you know, do it here. So, you know, you just got to have faith in God, and, you know, God will lead you. He definitely will lead you. So, you know, I just keep going. Miss D is very peaceful. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I just keep going. I just said, you know, I let Bree live her life, and John L live his life, and Robert live their life, and let me go on with my commentary and do more things with my commentary. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I see something I need to talk about with Bree, I'll talk about it. But, you know, for the most, let her live her life. You know, she had 2 beautiful twins, and just let her go on with her life. You know, I mean, that's how I look at it. And I'm going to go on and do more commentary. And talk about some things that need to be talked about. I mean, it's like I follow content creators sometimes that I can talk about. One day I may touch base on a content creator that I want to talk about. And sometimes I don't even like doing that too much, you know. I just because some of these content creators now, boy, they be coming out your goddamn channel, child. I don't shoot, baby. God darn. So, you know, I just pick my battles, y'all. That's it. Thank you so much, Brittany. Appreciate that, Brittany. Yeah, I just pick my battles, you know. Sometimes I don't mind sharing stuff about, you know, some of these crazy content creators is, you know, out here sharing their life, and then when they share their life, they get upset with you when you want to, you know, share their life. But me personally, myself, if I do that, I don't want to, you know, just, you know, go back to where I came from. I don't want to do that. I want to share a little bit of it, and I want to keep moving. I don't want to just be on one thing anymore. I want to just keep doing different commentary. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I want to do. You know, but like I said, I enjoy everybody that, you know, come in. I don't care if I don't have a 6 people in here. I'm happy with that. You know, because I know one day the light gonna shine on me again. It's gonna shine on me again. You know, sometimes God will set you back, but when he bring you back in full force. Yes, it's always light at the end of the tunnel, you know. And my channel took another hit again, but it's cool. Let me see. I like when you mix up, when you show us videos and different things that goes on in the world. Someone can relate to those stories. Thank you so much, Brittany. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I like to do that too, because like, you know how OG come up here, Lisa come up here, Denise come up here, and we talk about the story. So I like things like that too. I really do. I like things like that too. And you know, I always had my platform, anybody was welcome to come up with whatever story I share and, you know, give their input on things. Not only when I'm sharing a story and being negative about stuff, you know, everybody want to pop up and come up. But when I'm doing stories like this, I like this too, for people to interact and come up and maybe talk about the story. You know what I'm saying? Then we could pause, talk, you know. So I like when OG do that too. I really do like that. Denise comes up, Lisa comes up. So I like things like that too, you know. But like I said, I keep pushing, you know, and y'all believe me, when I get off in the evening time, I eat, I shower, I close my laptop down, I take a little breather. And y'all, I'm telling y'all, no lie, I get right back on my laptop looking for stories. Sometimes, y'all, I be sitting on my laptop, half falling asleep, like literally looking for good stories to share with people. I do. And sometimes when I'm on the phone with Pammy Pooh, she be like, "You there?" I be like, "Yeah." She be like, "Is you sleepy? Go to sleep." You know, because she know, like, I be literally on my laptop searching for stories to bring to y'all. I literally do. And I be tired sometimes. I really do. I be tired. But I do it because, you know, this is my passion and this is what I like to do. You know, I like to share stories, and not only because of, you know, being a content creator, I share stories sometimes of my own life. I just don't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Sir, some of these stories has been my life. You know what I mean? So we all can relate to things. Yes, Mama Dukes, absolutely, Queen. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Facts. And thank you for saying that. Absolutely. How many subscribers do you have, for you, D? A lot. Your platform will continue to grow and keep it. Yeah. It's been hard for me to like get new subscribers. It's been hard for me to reach my 3K, but it used to bother me. It don't bother me no more, you know, because I always say what's for me, you know, just like Mama Dukes just said, you know, and she's telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and I always, anybody can come in my chat and interact, you know, with any kind of story that we're talking about, you know. Only thing I always said, I just ask for respect. You know what I mean? So, yeah, there is a message at the end of each story, and every narcissist story, Miss D, share is helpful. Thank you so much. I was about Miss D, I was about you every evening at 5 UK time. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You is in the UK. I forgot. Because it's night where you at now, right? Because it's day like when I'm at right now. So is it nighttime where you at now in the UK? So I'll be okay, y'all. And I'm gonna continue to do what I do. I'm gonna continue to bring my stories like I bring my stories. And like I said, tomorrow's Friday. I got like 2 stories for tomorrow, but over the weekend I want to search for some more stories on like narcissistic and stuff like that. So sometimes that takes me time. And y'all, that's why I take weekends off sometimes, y'all, because I do be drained sometimes. I really do when I get off, because I stay on for a while. So when I do get off, I do be tired. So that's why I take my weekends off. And then the weekends that I do have off, y'all, I be at my desk sometimes, y'all, for like 2 hours looking for stories. This is no lie. Like Pammy Pooh know I'm not lying, because she be on the phone with me sometimes. Sometimes she tell me take a break. She really do. She tells me to take a break. She was like, D, it sounds like you overwhelmed. Take a break and come back. So she do that to me a lot, because sometimes it does. It be a lot. Hey Lola. It's like 10:49 in the UK, right? Yeah. So that's nighttime, right? Mama Dukes. Oh yeah. So wait, Mama Dukes, when we sleeping, they're up. Is that what you're saying? So when we go to sleep, they up. Wow. Okay. So yeah. So it's like it's like different days, right? Mama Dukes. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. And then like sometimes, y'all, like before I come live, I cook dinner. Like the days I want to cook, I cook dinner and stuff before I go live. So when I get up, I know I'll be tired. I don't feel like cooking. I just eat, shower, plug up my laptop again, get some juice to it, and I sit here eating, y'all, while I'm, looking for stories. That's what I do. I do that. Pammy Pooh be like, D, take a break. Like, she literally be telling me to take a break. She literally do. Yeah. So that's what I do sometimes. Oh, okay. Okay, Mama Deuce. Wow. So right now, they about ready. Well, they probably already sleep over there, I guess. Wow. So, like today, I didn't cook dinner. Tomorrow I cook. But I just make me a little quick salad tonight for dinner. Now, I cook. Now, when I cook on Sundays, right, I cook tomorrow and Saturday, and Sunday I cook. So, excuse me. So Sunday when I cook, I will make sure I make enough for Monday. So then Monday, I don't have to cook. When I get off live, I just eat my leftovers. And then Tuesday, I'll take a break. Yeah, I do it like that. Because I do be tired sometimes, y'all. I really do. And no lie, y'all, I have fell asleep on the phone with Pammy Pooh so many times. And I call her the next day, I'm like, did I fall asleep on you? She be like, yeah, but it's okay, because I know you'd be tired. I literally will fall asleep. I be feeling so bad. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Yeah. So I'm definitely going to bring y'all some, I think I got like 2 stories in the queue for tomorrow. Yeah, like 2 for tomorrow. And then I got some new stuff I'm going to bring Monday. Yeah, because I want to talk about like family dynamics and stuff like that. Yeah, I think I got some good ones for those though. Yeah. You cook oxtails? That's what I'm cooking Sunday. You cook oxtails today? Ooh, baby, I love my oxtails, but they high, but I like them. They so expensive. God darn, oxtails high. Dang. I just love people that have knowledge. Yeah, it's still Tuesday night soon. Ooh, really? Wow. That sounds good, Lisa. That sounds good. You made that for today for dinner? Yeah, I think I'm going to do some oxtail Sunday, y'all. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm going to do some oxtail Sunday. Healing Hearts made me think about my oxtails. I got 3 nice size packs in there. So I think I'll do those for Sunday. Yeah, sounds kind of good to me. I don't know. I love oxtails, though. Oh, that's your day's dinner? Okay. Got you. Got you. Yeah, so I'm going to look up more stories. Like I said, y'all, sometimes I don't like covering content creator stories because, shit, they be want to come after you sometimes, man. I'll be like, my Lord, what's wrong with these people? Like, like the other guy, I share his stuff, you know. I talk to him on a regular, you know what I'm saying? So he don't mind. But and I'm not good like open book, like edit stuff out and stuff like that. I'm not really like good in that stuff yet. So that's why I really don't like doing it too much. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know how to like do the voice and all that stuff. I'm not good with that kind of stuff yet. So that's why sometimes I don't even do it. I don't even want to take that chance. Yeah, D, keep doing reviews, commentary on different stories. Thank you so much, Mama Dukes. I will. I definitely will. I'm glad y'all enjoy them too. Thank you. Damn, Brittany, you cooked a good dinner too. That sounds delicious. You've been dealing with a bus pipe here, so no cooking today, and poor damage on. Oh, your pipes busted in your house. Are they fixing them? Is that in your house or on the outside? Yeah, Brittany food sound good. That food sound delicious. Yeah, Mama Dukes, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going with stories and stuff. I am. It'll come, you know, because the guy that I follow that let me use his stories, he told me the same thing. He said, "Don't worry, sis, it's gonna come. You know, it's gonna come." So, you know, and he was telling me how to make my videos more professional. So it's an app that I think it's like $7 and something a month. I'm gonna pay for that app and try to work on that, how to do the videos and stuff like that. Yeah. So yeah. I'm trying to get it together, y'all. Thanks, Shay. I followed the recipe for the chicken breast at Queen Step cooking video. Oh, I love chicken breast. Ooh, love it. And you don't have to do content creators. There are plenty of stories. I even have some that I can send you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mama Dude. Yeah, that'll be grateful. Thank you. Yeah, because some of these god doggone people, they like to come for your channels. I be like, oh, Lord. Let me just not. I hope he comes on and cooks something soon. Oh, you want to cook, but you got to wait till he fix. Oh, wow. I know how that can be when you're waiting on somebody to come fix something in your house. I don't like that. I don't like, especially when they get to a certain time of the day. Like, you just want to do what you got to do and relax. You don't be wanting all that. I feel you on that. That happened to me a couple of times, so I understand. I had finally had oxtail. I love them. Man, I love some oxtails, y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I ain't even gonna lie. I love them. They just so good. It's outside damage from the snow. Oh, he's fixing the pipes here. Okay. Wow. Well, that happened to me one time in an old apartment. The pipe busted because of the snow. So yeah, that happened to me. And you lucky because it took them like 2 days to fix ours. And that man had to spend money on them pipes. Yes. So I definitely understand what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. That shit aggravating too. That shit is aggravating. It's all going to work out, but I know you know that. Positive thinking only. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I do want snow. Oh, I don't want no more snow. I'm sick of it all. I'm sick of it all. Listen, I can just give me a little rain, okay? But I don't like all that snow. I mean, I like some of it, but when it gets to a point that you get snowed in and you can't get outside, like, I don't know. But then again, hey, ain't nothing we can do about it. But it is what it is, you know? I just put up my blinds and just look out at the snow. It looks pretty when it's falling, though. It really do. It looks pretty when it's falling. But I don't know what's next week. They say we might get some more snow. I think they said next week or something. So, hey, it is what it is. We can't help that. We never had that type of snow here. That was once in a lifetime. Oh, Lord. We get it here, baby. Ooh, child, we get it. Now, let me tell you something. New Jersey can get snow bad. Like, it'll keep your ass in the house for like 2-3 days, baby. We can get some snow here. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. It can get real bad here with snow. Like, yeah, it really can. But I'll take the rain over the snow. But if the snow ain't nothing we can do, all of it is God's work. You know what I mean? So it is all God's work. That's it, and that's all. But y'all, I'm going to get up off of here so I can eat, get my shower, get my stuff ready for tomorrow, charge up my my tablet. So I'll probably get back up here for like an hour and a half to get my stories together for tomorrow. And then that'll be it for me tonight, y'all. I'll be going, I'll be out because I'll be so exhausted. I'll be so tired. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I can't deal with snow. Oh no, me neither. Mama Dukes, me neither. I can deal with the rain. I can't deal with this snow. It just be, oh my Lord, this snow. I'm like Mama Dukes. I can't deal with the snow neither. Hey, Miss Ray. So, yep, y'all, I'm going to get up off of here. Thank y'all, Mama Deuce. Thank you for everybody that came in and gave me great advice and uplifting words. I really appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much. Thank y'all for everybody that rocked out with me today. I'm glad y'all enjoyed all the stories I shared today. I appreciate y'all so much. Lisa, thank you, Mama Deuce, for this super sticker. Thank you, Lisa, for the super sticker. And thank you, Miss Beverly, for becoming a member. I appreciate that so much from y'all. I understand you, Misty. I got to get rest too. Yeah, it'll drain you. It definitely will. It'll drain you. Because you're sitting up trying to make sure you bring commentary and stuff, and you got to do this and do that. It definitely will. It'll take a lot out of you. It will. That's why I go to bed early. I don't give a damn. I shut the shit down. Baby. Now, sometimes, y'all, I will take a nap, right? And I get back up through the night because I can't sleep like straight through the night like that. So I get back up sometime. Maybe it could be like 10, a little after 10. You know what I'm saying? I go to Facebook to see what's going on and stuff like that, you know, because I can't sleep straight through the night. But I got to lay down and close my eyes. I have to take a nap because I do be tired. I'm not even going to sit here and lie. I ain't even going to lie to you. I be tired. I got to get that rest. I do. Let's see. Okay, Sexy Ray, you can watch the replay. Milburn, Mama Dukes. Okay, I still would like snow now. Ooh, well, baby, pray that you get snow, baby, because I don't want none. I don't want no snow. I don't want no snow. No. No snow for me. But if it come, ain't nothing we can do about it. But, you know, and sometimes, y'all, there will be like, it's going to be a bad snowstorm. And sometimes you don't really, like, it'll snow, but it'll be like rain with it. So sometimes the rain will wash it away. You know, stuff like that. So sometimes it's not too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad. I love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all. Yeah, I love y'all. Thank y'all so much. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Same time, same place. Tune in. I got more good stories tomorrow. So time in. Thank you, Mama Deuce. You do the same, baby. Time in. Peace and love. Always remember, y'all, keep God first. Always remember, stay prayed up. I love you guys. Thanks to everybody that came through. I appreciate you. And I will definitely see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. Peace and love.